flowery kind of sweet, almost like, you know, laundry detergent type of thing. It came for a while and it left. But she said she smelled something like sulfur, like straight up fart.
Wow, that's super interesting. I didn't smell anything, but like, um, you know how like the blue light comes up and it goes away.
Mm-hmm.
That same way, I had like not like a vision, but I kind of like, I guess like sensed it. But it was like I had like a fire where my Manipura chakra was,
Mm-hmm.
and then like a fire where my throat chakra was, and there was like a fire in my heart chakra too, and it was like yellow, blue, and then green, and it was like, well, it was like going through each of these fires, and I got like a visualization of how Naruto was. Like they have like they go into like the chakras and they have like a little fire that pops up, and basically that tube was like feeding the fires with the sohums and the humsos.
Yeah.
It was like feeding each of the fires, but it only came up like I couldn't hold on to that visualization. It like came and went like the blue light.
Nice. So, would you say that was the Sushumna, or did it feel like it might have been something else?
I don't really know how to. I don't really know, cause I don't think it was the Sushumna, because I feel like that would have been like actually, I don't know. It literally just happened. Like I just did it, and then I came on here.
Interesting.
But I was listening to a Kali mantra from Dark Lordism. He has one, and that one was like this mantra is fucking amazing.
He's got a Kali mantra. I haven't heard one from him. I've always listened to like the general one, but I know he
Oh yeah,
works
I
so.
mean, there's like a recording of like people like a regular mantra people are singing.
Mm-hmm.
It's not him specifically, but it's from his channel.
Gotcha, gotcha. I've always listened to there's a general one on YouTube. It's kind of cool. I think I downloaded it, but you know, way before I even knew what I was doing. I don't know. I think Kelly is a pretty attractive entity for some reason.
Like yeah, she's sexy, bro. There's a pic. I fucking Dark Lordism on his thing. He had like a like this picture. I screenshotted it. I don't know if you can see it.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, I've got
fucking
that on my desktop. That's funny.
really
Yes.
wow. Yeah, I fucking
That same picture. I think it comes from a comic or something like that. But still.
oh yeah. That's oh man. I'm about to make it my screensaver actually. So, but yeah, I've been cause for Mula Nakshatra, one of the goddess of it is Niriti, and she's like the fierce form of Kali, like one of the other forms of Kali. So that's like is right up my alley basically.
What was her name again?
Niriti,
Niriti.
she's like the goddess of calamity, dissolution, and death.
Jeez
Yeah,
Louise.
it's just been and yeah, like Brother Panic was right. Right with like I have this street Ramakrishna like photo right here, and it's been the energy's just been different.
The one that you sent me on Instagram?
Yeah, that's like from the video, but I printed out this picture of him. And then I have the Kali picture up there too. It's right here. Boom, boom. It's it's fucking, because that was like my first time I guess like channeled the entity or something ever. And I kept on Googling it, like hella researching like what entity that was. And I never could find it. And then when I've watched this Brother Panic video like 2, 3 times before, and it never clicked. And then when I saw it again, I was like, what the fuck? It's dope.
Yeah, because those eyes from that picture that you did send me, that was on the Cali video that I used to watch.
Man, yeah, it was because it was a feminine voice, I guess, like at least in my like how I channeled it. Yeah, because that was like when I first started like getting into all this, and so like I was not at like a good place, you know what I mean? Like I just I remember I got like I called into this blues channel and I got picked. So I
What?
rewatched that part on YouTube, and I could just hear it in my voice. It was just so like I could feel that I was like going through it in my voice, and it just like reminded it just reminded me about how you always say like to like about that compassion for like other people like going through it like the same shit that I went through before,
Yeah.
and that really like brought me back to that, because it was like I was like damn, and that was only like March 2019. So I was like I made so much like progress since then that I like kind of like tapped myself on the back, which is kind of like a it's cool just to like celebrate the victory and like know that actually doing the work like literally fucking works. Like it's I don't know. It was so like when Panic was talking about it, he was like this is for the people that are actually doing the work and shit. And like I I was just hella humbled because like before I was like, oh, I want to be that person that's actually doing shit.
Yeah.
Like I am, and it's like I have to like keep myself from being like egotistical about it now. It's like different challenges that are like coming up. It's crazy.
Yeah, you go through the stages of like not being there and wanting to be there, and then thinking you're there for a long ass time, and then realizing that you weren't there at all, and then you actually start to step on the path.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people are at that point where they think that they're already there. But that's a good place because once you get past it, you can really look back and see where your ego points are.
Most definitely. I'm most definitely not there at all. I understand. I'm at the point where it's like I know that it's like a infinity game type of thing.
Yeah, that's a good word for it. Infinity game. It. Oh my God. Every new level, you start to realize how little you knew before that moment.
Yeah.
Each level you reach, you realize how much you don't know. Even just doing these little meditations, because when Chengo pointed out in the chapter, it says, "He who keeps this up, even for a week straight, will begin to see great benefits." So I took that as, I guess a challenge, but I'm like, all right, let me try that. I didn't make it for a full week, but even still, for as long as I did it, I am noticing that my perspective is starting to shift, even in the little bitty gradual stuff. Like, sure, there was one or two meditations where I actually saw visions and stuff like that, but for the most part, it was just a meditation where I'm fully conscious and aware of what's going on. So it's not like I zoned out or anything, but I'm following the breath, I'm following the channels, I'm doing
Yeah.
my visualizations, figuring out different ways to do the alms and whatnot. And like nothing spectacular is really happening except for the vision of the blue light that I had and that smell that came across. But what I'm also noticing on the outside is like I'm not really emotionally triggered by things, but I'm even less emotionally triggered by things now because I
Yeah.
see the unreality of it all. Like I keep repeating to myself, this shit doesn't matter. None of this matters.
Yeah.
Not in a depressing way, but it's like this isn't real. This is an
Yeah.
idea, a
No,
concept.
exactly. I totally feel that, and especially like I guess like even like you posted on your Instagram right now like Kali mantras. Like working with Kali, like she like shatters and like just like devours that illusion and helps you to see through that. Um, so I guess it like amplifies the the meditation, the like effects of the meditation.
Yeah, yeah. That's what Cali's all about, shattering the illusion. And of course, I'm assuming that everybody knows this, but just in case, all these deities and spirits are symbolic. There's no scary black-skinned woman with skulls around her neck coming to tear up everything. It's metaphoric. And I think that this process
Yeah,
that I'm experiencing and a lot of us are experiencing is the work of Kali, at least a stage of it.
yeah. No, she's like, she's basically my favorite.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, most definitely.
It's funny. People used to be like terrified of that image. They'd see it on the wall and they'd be freaked out. It is still kind of creepy, but still.
I mean, I know, like my dad and stuff. They were like, my family would be freaked out if they saw something like that, for sure.
What is this
Remember,
devil
like,
woman?
yo, I had the Anubis. I got like from Amazon the like $40-$50 Anubis statue, like the one with the scales. It was like badass. And my dad, like, he threw that shit away. Like he saw it in my room and he just took it
Threw it
and he
away.
threw it away.
Nope, can't have it. None of this. Nope,
He
none
was
of
like,
this.
he was like, why do you have this idol in the house? And I was like, oh my, it was a whole, that was the thing. But yeah,
I know I went through a point where my parents found all my books for the first time. They said they threw them away, but they like put them in a big ass trash bag and like tucked it in a corner somewhere. I found it and I'd like gradually begin taking one book out at a time until it was like, fuck it.
oh shit. Hopefully you did that. Maybe it's still here. But, yeah.
Interesting how these things don't change, don't stop. They just like expand or contract. You are who you
Yeah.
are.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm starting to have dreams about doing my Vedic astrology chart. I had a dream that I went really deep into like two nakshatras and was like doing all this research in a dream. Of course, I
Do
don't
you
remember
remember?
exactly what it was, but
Uh,
what was that?
do you remember like which nakshatras they were?
I don't remember exactly, but I know I spent a lot of time like reading books and researching in my dream. That was pretty cool.
That is super dope.
What's going on, Chengo?
What's up, Shango?
Guys, peace, Mark. We didn't kicked it up a notch, Trav.
With the meditation?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. So much so that I think we might need to take an extra week. Because you know what? I'm going to be honest, I didn't finish.
I haven't. It kicked in so many obstacles for me.
Yeah.
It has revealed so much that within myself that needs to still be healed and corrected through the Chakra Shuddhi. It's like I still have not, the purification process is not complete.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I
Right.
think that just because we're reading this in book form, the Chakra Shuddhi might have been an 8-year difference between Chakra Shuddhi going into Ajapa Jop.
That's what I'm starting to see. And
Because we're in the beginning, we know that this is Kundalini Yoga. That's what this is. The name Ajapa Jop is of course the actual name of the practice, but the system of this is what they call Kundalini Yoga. This is opening. This is it right here. This is, it's like by doing this and sitting there and breathing and soul hum and hum soul. Man, this thing has revealed myself. I'm not there, man. I'm like I'm I'm not there, dude. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
I can't even begin to sit here and fool myself and tell you, yeah, man, I'm hearing the inner sound and man, so many gatekeepers have come out and been like, let me hear, dude, I'm gonna tear your ass up. You keep trying to better yourself. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, we've gotten into some serious things, man.
To be honest, the Chakra Shuddhi is what I've been spending the most time on because I immediately see the importance of that. What I'm what I'm
Yes.
what I'm piecing together here is that this work that we're going through in Dharana Darshan is cleansing and connecting these different nadis. Because the book talks about how there's 72,000 nadis. In
Mm-hmm.
the Ajna Chakra book, it talks about there's 76,000 nadis. There might be slight
Mm-hmm.
discrepancies in the number, but we understand that there are pretty much an infinite number of energy streams. And it
Yeah.
says, just to kind of repeat, from Dharana Darshan to Mystical Kabbalah, 10 of them, well, 13 of them are of the most importance, and 3 are of extreme importance. And we can relate
Yeah.
the 10 to the spheres, the tree of life, also 7 of the chakra points, and then those 3 would be left pillar, right pillar, middle pillar, or Ida, Pingala, Sushumna. And through
Mm.
these initial exercises, what we're doing is we're activating them. Because what it was saying in the Ajapa, the second one with the back, it was saying that these things are located within us, but we're not consciously aware of them, so energy isn't directed to them. It's saying that these chakra points are up and down the spine, which is that one point in our body that we're not consciously aware of. The first
Mm-hmm.
Ajapa was up the front channel of the body. We can see that. We look at it. We feel it. We eat. We breathe. We're aware of that, but we're not aware of
Yeah.
our spine. So that hidden portion of ourselves, that's where the power is, but it's not activated because we don't pay attention to it. But that's what we're doing with this process. So I've been spending the most time so far on Chakra Shuddhi.
That's pretty much, and I'm with you on that, and I came to a realization that we have to realize that and I don't want to say, like I said, we're screwing around with stuff, but we're messing around with the 3 bodies. We're messing with the causal body, the the people gross, subtle, and casual.
Mm-hmm.
These subtle energies, this ham soul and so ham, especially when you get all the way to the end where now you're circulating this thing, you're taking it outside, which means that this is not even a physical practice that you're actually doing anymore. This is now in the subtle body.
Yeah.
And you're doing it and I watched the video, and this one lady, she pretty much she made a diagram of what she drew, a person meditating, and she drew the arrows in the diagram. I didn't even realize this thing is going in a figure 8. Once we get to a certain point, this thing is spiraling. It just ain't going in a circle around us. This thing is going out the Vishuddhi, back in, down, up. I was like, you know what? I said, this thing is, so that thing, if you want to give it another name, this is the infinity breathing. I was like, this, it just reveals, man, it just, it revealed so much. It's pretty much like, it just revealed so much.
Yes.
I was taking, I'm taking, of course I do a lot of, do journaling and stuff, and I had put going through each psychic center and chakra is like space travel. And you're through space travel, going through many galaxies and portals, each with its own set of rules and life forms. That's what we're doing. We're because we're reading this and these, in Dharana Darshan, and the language is so simply written. But once I do once you do the Kaya Strayam, and then you do the Shuddhi, Chakra Shuddhi, and even we get into the first 3 Ajapa Dharana practices, especially when this Ajay Kachari, this thing is taking you out of space.
Yeah. Or inner space even.
or inner space. So you have no choice but to experience yourself. So by me going into a particular inner space of myself, it has now forced me, I don't want to say forced, but it has now given me a clearer vision of the gross body. Giving me a clearer vision of the subtle body, a clearer vision of the casual body. So I see all 3 of these together, and with the Chakra Shuddhi, and as I just kept journaling, I said each with its own consciousness and subconsciousness. Each chakra within myself has to have its own consciousness and its own subconsciousness, because I can't get away from the tree of life. So that means that the Sephira are chakras.
Yes.
The Sephiras are chakras. So then I kept going. I said each of the psychic wheels spin with its own impressions left by the emotional experience of living our lives from day to day. So that's what we know is the samskaras. I can't fool myself into thinking just because I'm now doing this, I'm deep enough, I'm that deep, that I don't know that this thing has already eliminated all the samskaras, my vrittis are working perfect. I am not in harmony.
Yeah. After a few days.
So we screwing around with stuff, man.
Yeah, I'm supremely woke after 2-3 weeks now.
Yeah. And you can't jerry-rig it. This is a system that you can't jerry-rig this thing.
Right. You got to do it as it's
told. You can't say,
told.
well, let me just go ahead and I'm not going to do the Ajapa Dharana 3. Let me go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and go to number 7. Then you wonder why you feel ultimate depression. My knees are killing me. I have not sat in the Siddhasana or crisscross applesauce in years this much ever.
Yeah.
My hips are hurting, my lower back's hurting, all my injuries they hurt. So that's another reality too. I have to first, when I sit in these positions, I have to first go through this whole process of balancing myself and going through this process of eliminating the pain first, so I can be concentrated in my mind. Because I can't keep, oh goddamn, my knee killing me. Oh, I'll never get there.
Right.
So now that I had to go through that, now I'm able to sit still. And now with the chakra Shuddhi, and I think that was the beginning. Once I started utilizing those practices, and then now coming into the Ajapa job, this thing, man, then broke it all the way back down.
Yeah. And we just getting started.
Man.
I did.
Peace out. What's up, George?
What's up, young girl? What's up, everyone?
What's good, George? I got a little wiser and started to use a pillow instead of just sitting on the floor. I think I learned pretty quickly.
That's what I did. And I'm folding other pillows under my legs because they can't go all the way down. My knees are not fold. My legs are not how you see these fancy yogins in the videos.
Yeah.
But I'm getting there because now they can come a little bit closer now. They're down a little bit more.
Yeah.
I've been finding different things to sit on. I've been looking at these yoga blocks, and I kind of looked at the dimension of the yoga block. It's kind of the same dimension of this little cinder block that I have. So now I'm going to use that cinder block. I'm going to put a piece of this foam on it, about this thick, and I'm going to sit on that. So I'm sitting up more off of the floor, and then my knees could be down more.
Yeah.
So, instead of me buying these $45 yoga blocks that they're trying to sell, I can pretty much make my own,
Yeah. And you made a good point when you mentioned, I don't know if it was last week or the one before, how this is like an energy circuit, like an electrical circuit. And, with the fingers and the mudras and also the legs in that little spiral pattern, it's meant to circulate that energy flow. So like you as well, I don't fully have that super fancy yoga pose down, but I'm patient, and I know that as I do this more, I'm going to become more flexible to get that pose.
Yeah. And that's the beginning and that is the importance of following the rules of yoga.
Yeah.
The 8 stages of yoga.
Yeah.
The 3rd stage is asana.
Right.
You have to have, your body has to work. Guess what else came to me when I was thinking about the body pose and the position. So as we're sitting there with our legs folded, our hands in the jhana pose, a mudra, and of course we're focusing. We should focus on our middle point between our eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Envision this middle point going to your left your left knee, and then the middle point going to your right knee, and then draw a line. Now you have an upward facing pyramid. So now draw another line where the dot starts at your tailbone, the tip of your tailbone, and you take that and you draw a line to your left knee, and then you draw another one to your right knee, and of course a line. So now you have an upward facing pyramid, you have a downward facing pyramid. So what I started envisioning is bringing them both together. So now I made a 5-pointed star. So now we actually know what the Merkaba is.
Yeah.
So we're actually in the form of the Merkaba. We actually are becoming a starship. So now when I started thinking about this UFO stuff, nobody's really seeing a UFO. You might be seeing somebody in full Merkaba mode, man.
Yes. The mothership.
Yo, I saw the mothership. Yeah, you might saw a mother, but it ain't the, you know what I'm saying? And that's when you get into these magnificent Vedas and Bhagavad Gita stories of war. These people were flying around and doing. They were straight up Dragon Ball Z status, man.
Yeah, yeah.
So this is all. This has all been in my. It's all been. It's all my wheels have been turning, man.
Yeah, yeah, and that seems to be a direct side effect of the process that we're going through. Different quality of ideas are starting to show up.
Yeah. So like I said, I thought about that going through these psychic centers and going through these chakras is space travel. And then as I kept writing this here, I kept thinking like the thoughts, and I said, just think of the years upon years of space debris floating through the psychic space of the chakra zone. Think about how much of debris that we've picked up through our lives from modifications and conditionings of just living. You know?
Yeah.
And all of this stuff
I was going to say that orbit that you're describing, like I saw it in Montauk Chia's book. It's called Awakening Healing Energy Through the Tao. And it has, it's called like the microcosmic orbit, that infinity loop. Yeah, that's what that reminded me of, talking about that.
Now we know what Montauk Chia dealing with.
Oh, yeah.
He just ain't calling it Dharana Darshan. He calling it his own system.
Yeah, I was reading somewhere that in his book, The Multi-Orgasmic Man, that's directly related to, I want to say the Chakra Shuddhi meditation. And that's where I learned the whole thing about, contracting the PC muscle when you inhale through that Muladhara.
Yeah.
That attributes to, sexual potency.
That's what I started doing too. So when you get to the point, excuse me, I'm eating popcorn. So when you get to a particular point, how you're supposed to, you draw in the breath from the Muladhara, and then you exhale from the crown. When you inhale, you squeeze your perineum muscles. Mm-hmm. And then when you exhale, you let them loose. And when you inhale, that right there is what, man, it's like you said, that's generating your inner chi.
Yeah, you mentioned
I remember
about
watching, when I was a kid, watching karate movies. They used to have, there was this one guy, he was doing that, and they tried to make it like a joke. And he was extending his belly, and his belly button would come out real big, and then he'll squeeze it back in, and it would go boing, boing, boing. But they made a joke. But now when I think back, I'm like, oh shit, this little dude was doing Kundalini energy technique on people. Because after he do that, he hit you, and you going down. So, but they made him like a jokey type of character. You know what I mean?
Of course. I can just see with those cheesy sound effects.
So just think about the adaptation, are the conditionings and the adaptation to this Malkuthic environment and atmosphere, man. That we're attempting to transcend Malkuth.
Yeah.
And we're splitting it off. So we got Malkuth down here, and we're splitting it between Had and
Netzach.
So we're trying to go through those paths because that's what the Ida and Pingala represent. The Shishumna represents the 32nd path, which is going straight to Tippereth. So we're
Damn.
we're purifying and opening, and well, first we're purifying, then we're opening the awareness of all three of those nadis at the same time.
So that would explain a little bit of why it's a bit overwhelming, but not, I guess to me, not overwhelming enough to give up. But there's definitely a influx of something that I can't quite describe with words. And I think it's showing itself in some of these new ideas and new feelings and definitely these new distractions.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Suddenly out the blue, all the people I used to play Xbox with are back online at the same time. Instead of meditating last night, I was playing Apex.
And I'm also reading again. This guy here. Let me show his picture. I think I might have showed it last week. Let me say my page 14. This is an awesome author, awesome books. This guy is Sri Swami Sivananda, the founder of Divine Life Society. And this book is Kundalini Yoga. This is an awesome, he has several books that can actually go hand in hand with your reading of Dharana Darshan. Yeah, him. That guy, Uncle Fester.
Uncle Fester.
But he mentions he has a particular information, and he goes deeper. He goes into the nadis, where he says, of course, the same thing. And he says, nadis are the astral tubes made up of astral matter that carry psychic currents. And of course, we know that the word nadi is the root word of nad, which means motion. So it is through these nadis, sukshumna subtle passages, that the vital force of pranic current moves or flows. And of course, we can't see him because it's subtle matter. Then, of course, he goes into this. He says the body is filled with innumerable nadis. So for them to put these numbers, those numbers are just symbolic. They got to put something, because that's what the brain wants. The brain wants to identify with matter.
Yeah.
So he says that the body is filled with innumerable nadis that cannot be counted. Different authors state the number of the nadis in different ways, from 72,000 to 3 million.
3 million.
When you turn your attention to the internal structure of the body, you are struck with awe and wonder. And then he goes into saying that nadis play a vital role in this yoga. Kundalini, when awakened, will pass through Sushumna Nadi, and this is possible only when the nadis are pure. So that's pretty much what we're doing. We're purifying our nadis, we're purifying our chakras, so we could have our internal prana flow through our psychic channels.
Yes. Somebody sat down and counted out 3 million nadis.
You know what? It could have been because you got to think. Don't forget, these ancient practices. The initiate was the original practice was done with the guru. So as we read here in this chapter, he mentions that what we're actually doing, we're actually able to do these processes without. These are practices that are highly concentrated practices that you can do without a guru. So imagine that if you needed a guru to do this stuff, but now being that he wrote it in book form and we're practicing it, we're doing it without a fucking guru, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we're expecting not for our minds to stir. It's like going into the ocean or going swimming and you put your hand in under the water and you shake up everything that's under there, and it clouds the water for a little while, and then until everything settles back down.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we're doing. We're shaking up the marsh of ourselves. We're shaking up the bottom layers where all the leaves and all the decomposing elements are laying down there, where alligators and snapping turtles and eels and shit all exist down there. And then once we go further down, now we getting into that deeper part of the ocean where those weird ass fish that make their own light and shit like that are living down there. You barely can go down there. It's so dark and so highly the pressure is so heavy down there that once a submarine starts going down, you hear it all cracking and shit like that.
Mm.
That's how deep into ourselves that we're going. We ain't going into no lake where it's pretty and ducks and shit floating around up there.
Love and light. The love and light, folks. That's where they going.
We going where them old globes, remember them old school globes be having big fucking krakens and shit be all underwater. We're stirring up the kraken, man.
Leviathan, really.
Yeah, Leviathans.
Connecting it again to the tree of life.
You're exactly completely correct. So it's just like, man, it's just stirring up so much, man. I suggest, man, you should try to look into this book. I just like the way that he puts it. You know, he really gives it from a physical, you know, like he said, wherever there is an interlacing of several nerves, arteries, and veins, that center is called the plexus. So he compares, well, I'll go back, subtle line, he says, the subtle lines, yoga nadis, have influence in the physical body. All the subtle, and subtle is called sukshma, prana, nadis, and chakras have gross manifestation and operation in the physical body. The gross nerves and plexus have close relationship with the subtle ones. So then he goes on to say, whenever there is an interlacing of several nerves, arteries, and veins, that center is called a plexus. The physical material plexus that are known to the Vadya Shastra are, and it says pompiniform, cervical, brachial, coccygeal, lumbar, sacral, cardiac, esophageal, hepatic, pharyngeal, pulmonary, lingual, prosthetic, plexus, and etc. Similarly, there are plexus or centers of vital forces in the Sukshma nadis. They are known as Padma, which is Sanskrit for lotus, or chakra. Detailed instructions on these centers, and then he goes on into later. And then he says all the nadis spring from Khanda, which is the junction where the Sushumna nadi is connected with the Muladhara chakra. Then he says some say that that this Khanda is 12 inches above the anus. Out of the innumerable nadis, 14 are said to be important, as you said earlier, and then he gives the whole names of all 14 of those. In the first four, of course, are Sushumna, Ida. Well, the actual first the first three: Sushumna, Ida, and Pingala. Then he says Ida, Pingala, Sushumna are the most important of the above 14 nadis, and Sushumna is the chief. It is the highest and most sought by the yogins. Other nadis are subordinate to this. And then he gives detailed instructions and its function and the method of awakening the Kundalini passing, blah, blah, blah. And then he goes into a whole physical anatomy of everything, breaks down the spinal cord and the different parts of the spinal cord, and breaks down, of course, the 33 bones of the vertebrae, and he goes pretty heavy into this stuff, man.
Yeah, I want to note also there. So, I, I know that they've got a lot of books, and I want to buy them and read them all. But I'm really trying to be realistic here. So,
Yeah.
for me right now, what I'm reading in conjunction, I want to show this picture to go along with the spinal cord you showed. These are the chakras, not including the crown, located in the
Yeah.
body alongside the vertebrae, and their corresponding points in the brain regions that they rule.
Mm.
But I wanted to say that these different books written by the different gurus that are all in the same, I don't know if you call it a clan, house, society, whatever they're all in together. Each one of these authors, they give a lot of the same information, but it's slightly different. Because the three books that I'm reading in correspondence with Dharana Darshan, well, the two to supplement it are Kundalini Tantra.
Mm-hmm.
Just to go into detail on the Kundalini points and awakening itself, and also the Ajna chakra that I'm starting to find. I may have been a bit incorrect in the past, where it might actually be beneficial to seek to open the third eye first, because it goes to balance the rest. I'm still reading up on that, but that's at least what this guy says. But anyways, what was I saying? Yeah, each one of those, they say that there's a different amount of nadis, and there's a different number of ones that are important, but they all say those three are the most important, and Sushumna is chief of them all. So I think the big takeaway is to remember that part at least. What I'm seeing is the correspondence with the Tree of Life, because you said there was, you think that book said it was 14 that were most important. So that's the 11 spheres of the Tree of Life, plus the 3 pillars.
Yep.
That's the corresponding takeaway I'm seeing here that go along with these.
That makes perfect sense.
Because in the Kabbalistic tradition, they even refer to the Sephiroth as paths. They don't call them any different than the paths. So there's 32 paths. It's just the spheres are what they say represented as objective consciousness, and the paths are subjective. But there's 32 nadis right there.
And then you got to think, so if you got 32 paths, so what do we need to do to make it 33? Because we got 33 bones called the vertebrae. So now if we got these 32 paths and 32 vertebrae, that's divided into 5 regions.
5 regions.
So we have 4. So there's 4 regions that we know that exist on the Tree of Life. The Ein Sof, Ein Sofer are not within a region. So maybe that's the hidden 5th region, if you want to just, consider that. So you got the 5 regions of the spine is the cervical region, which is the neck and 7 vertebrae. The dorsal region, which is the back 12 vertebrae. Lumbar region, which is your waist or your loins, and that's 5 vertebrae. Sacral region, buttocks, sacrum, and gluteal, 5 vertebrae. And coccygeal region, imperfect vertebrae coccyx, which is 4 vertebrae.
So you said the 4 worlds, will we include the clip off?
I think we have to now. Now, see now how you made me think. Now we have to, because if we look at it, because if the imperfect working of our harmonious self within the Yogan tradition, if we're not in harmony, then we would be what? A shell of our former self. Or we're not operating in the trueness of ourself, which will make us, in some people's eyes, evil or bad. So we would be cliphotic. We're just operating from the clip off, or whatever or however we want to say. So you're right.
But if nothing else, probably the hugest takeaway from this so far is this is where we really draw this line in the sand between people who are here just for intellectual back and forth, and then those who want to experience the actual work part. Because there are things that you get from the experience that you cannot get in the book. For example, there's a lot of shit that I know just from reading and studying, but in this exercise, this process here, that knowledge is becoming activated and turned into wisdom. Because there's so much that in the past that I've known, but it wasn't until I experienced it that it made sense. Because we can repeat and talk and sound good. We can sound good, but it hits different when you feel it. It hits different when you've gone through it. You know, I can talk about a mushroom trip, but it's meaningless to somebody who hasn't done it before.
Yeah.
Likewise
Or
with this information.
Or actually sitting every day on purpose with your legs crossed for the purpose of having them stretch so they can go flat on the ground. And then after a week, you actually see it. And like I said, I've had 2 reconstructive knee surgeries on my left knee. I tore my ACL and PCL, totally severed them, and had to have them replaced about 6-7 years ago. So just by me being able to fold my leg in those positions and go through the pain, to me, I'm seeing progress. So we actually have to actually do it for it to work. And then I realized, like, you know, until I go through this pain and get to a point and find the comfort zone where I'm not in pain, I'm not going to be able to go to the next level. I'm not going to be able to slow the activity of my mind if I'm continuously having an inner dialogue of saying my freaking knee is killing.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I have to go. So that right there shows you that you have to actually go through that process, you know. And I hate to say it, but you know, like, you know, I can be a jerk. Boy, it's sure getting slim pickings on the Zoom nowadays. but we are busy, you know what I'm saying? I don't make it to the Thursday, you know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying.
Yeah. You know, life does happen, yes, but
life happens. But you got to do this thing. It's not, you know what I'm saying, the guy we love, TK Trav, aka LVX777, just giving it to us. That I can just sit back and just watch you break it all down.
Mm-hmm.
And I just sit there and I absorb it. You know what I'm saying? But like, damn, that was deep. Travis, that dude deep. No, yeah. We got to actually really, we all doing this together.
Yeah. Yeah. I love it. Know? I love it. It's a different kind of thing. You know, there's a certain connectedness here. And it makes it a little bit easier to do it when you have accountability with other people. I can definitely say that.
And like you said, all of it ties together. Once we get past this, and once this becomes our normal practice, now we can go back to Philip Cooper and rock with that on a whole nother level.
Philip Cooper with cyclomancy, psychastro, with all that hot shit.
Whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
Now you can sit in the Siddhasana doing tarot now.
Ooh.
See how that works.
Ooh.
Let me go ahead and do Kaya Straham before reading my tarot cards.
Let me focus on a specific nadi using a tarot card.
Exactly. That's what this is all about. So it's 2 o'clock. Thrown that stuff away. We just put it, you know, it's still in the arsenal.
Yeah.
You can't shoot every gun you got. Sometimes you gotta put some away. I'm gonna go ahead and take this one out today, you know?
Yeah.
But it's all good, man. And I was like, and I like how this guy was talking about the Ida and Pingala, he said, are not. He said the Ida and Pingala nadis are not the gross body, are not the gross sympathetic chains. These are the subtle nadis that carry the Shukshma prana. In the physical body, these tentatively correspond to the right and left sympathetic chains. So we know that. Then it said Ida starts from the left. Now this is we're talking about a man. He says that Ida starts from the right testicle and Pingala from the left testicle.
Oh.
They meet with Sushumna Nadi at the Muladhara chakra and make a knot there. This junction of three nadis at the Muladhara chakra is known as Mukta Triveni. Ganga, Yamuna, and Saravati dwell in Pingala, Ida and Sushumna nadis respectively. This meeting place is called Brahma Granthi. Again, these meet at the Anahata and Ajna chakra. In the macrocosm, also you have a Triveni at Prayag, where the three rivers, Ganga, Yamuna, and Sarasvati meet. So they're corresponding, these three nadis, to the actual rivers in India.
Yeah.
Then he said Ida flows through the left nostril and Pingala flows through the right nostril. Ida is also called Chandra Nadi, which is the moon, and Pingala as Surya Nadi, which is the sun. Ida is cooling and Pingala is heating. Pingala digests the food. Ida is of pale Sakti Rupa. It is the great nourisher of the world. Pingala is a fiery red, Rudra Rupa. Ida and Pingala indicate Kala, which is time. And Sushumna swallows time. The yogi knows the time of his death, takes his prana into Sushumna, keeps it in Brahma Marandra, and defies time, Kala, death. The famous yogi Sri Changdav. So now I'm going to stop there. That's why you put that picture of that person who then meditated himself to death.
Yes.
Actually, he wasn't even fucking dead. We just think death is death because the body deteriorates. He just packed up his, what did they just call it? Basically, he packed up his nadis and moved out, man.
Yikes. So, okay, so, geez Louise. And then we've got corresponding with all this, the Vedic astrology, and I'm gonna contact Kristen and see if she wants to hop on here to talk a little bit about that. But I'm seeing that the Vedic astrology is riding right alongside with this study that we're doing right here. And Thursday we were talking a lot deeper on the Vedic astrology, and there's even a point where you can rightly deduce when about you might die. So, we've got these Vedic practitioners who also have known the Vedic astrology from, it's in their culture from birth. So imagine having a general idea of when you're going to pass, and you master these techniques and you reach that time, you can decide, hey, I'm going to spend these next couple of years getting serious about my work because it's going to be time for me to go soon.
Yeah.
That's such a foreign concept to Westerners.
And also, it mentions that when you control these nadis, you can have control over wild animals.
People. AKA
So now when you see those pictures of the Buddhist monks and they be having tigers and shit all around them, those tigers are like wild fucking tigers. They're not domesticating these things. The tigers just come over there and hang out with them from time to time and then go about their business. These dudes are super lit. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't even get attacked.
Yeah. It would make sense. Oh my God. my God.
That's why they hide away those ancient people in India like that. That's why they don't even, they want, all countries wanted money and modernization so badly that they modified themselves to imitate the Romans. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
if you're in Rome, do it. They modified their own ancient culture that got them to be who they are. They threw them people in the back some fucking where. Because as we know, in the caste system of India, the Dravidian people, they're like, they treat them like they're fucking lepers or some shit like that, man.
Yeah.
Like they're ancient relics.
This
And then they do
imitation
the
culture.
same thing in China. The older business people over there, they don't respect that shit. They don't do that shit no more. They worrying about 9 o'clock Monday morning. Stock market opens, man.
In the chat, they want to know again the title
They
of that
like
book.
Dave.
Straight Panther wants to know which book that was again.
Oh, it's called Kundalini Yoga. I put it back up. It's called Kundalini Yoga. Hold on, okay. That's your boy right there. That's what Kundalini Yoga looks like, this guy. He really goes heavy. He has several books I didn't already downloaded. He has Kundalini Yoga. He has Lord Shiva of Shiva worship. And he does this thing from a scientific. He calls yoga, this is a science. This ain't no religion. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Then he has, then of course he has this Bhagavad Gitas. And just like you said, once you start looking at all of these particular guys, when you go deeper into it, they all be coming from they had been taught by like one particular guy in the 1800s, and then they just split off and start their own thing, or they go to another guru to learn another technique, and then they split off and they do their own thing.
Yes. Kundalini Yoga. Oops. Already got that one.
Mm-hmm. By Shrami.
Oh my God. And I look at, what's on Amazon, and I just like roll my eyes at these titles and these book covers. Like, when you really know what's going down, all that stuff becomes funny. What y'all really writing about? You know what I'm saying?
And then I've been
I might get this one.
Videos on this stuff. Like I've been typing in Kayastrayum.
I might get something like that for the pictures, but I don't expect to learn no science in here.
The back shot of Kundalini. You know what I'm saying? Learn how to give Kundalini back shots in 30 minutes.
Oh my God. And then it's $60. God damn.
Get it now for $60.
You ain't got that much ass.
Plus $50 shipping and handling.
No man Pam.
While the true practitioners of this stuff look like this.
Right. Right.
So regular. You know what I'm saying?
Extra regular.
Any chick, a chick don't even want to give him no yoni. He's blowing her full back out, literally. You don't want to. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to check his game. I'm just saying.
On
If
multiple
we learning
dimensions.
from these guys, and he's a teacher of Kundalini yoga, imagine what real techniques he can teach us when it comes to the mundane. Like, yo, just on a little small level, you don't even move. All you do is you do your rotation breathing. You will open her Sushumna up, or Brahmanadi. She's in. Her back's blown out. Literally.
On another dimension.
Literally a back shot. You know what I'm saying?
Kundalini back shots. This is a funny ass world when you look at it with different eyes, man. This stuff is funny. You're literally selling pictures on a cover.
You know,
ain't no kind of meat.
We're talking about Kundalini.
Ain't no meat in this book, I promise you.
They might as well have put Kama Sutra. If you want to, you know what I'm saying? But then again, now, if we was to go study Kama Sutra, we're gonna find elements of that, of Dharana Darshan and Kundalini Yoga is the true practice of Kama Sutra.
Yeah.
It was never based off of the sex. So what we're actually seeing in the sexual positions, we're only seeing different forms of asanas that are practiced with men and a woman for ritualistic purposes. It ain't porn. They've turned the Kama Sutra into porn.
Humans.
Exactly.
Humans.
And buy it for $50.
I don't see it on Amazon, but I know you said that there's a PDF. Stray Panther said he got the PDF, so I guess he's good.
That's what it is. These books are PDFs, man.
This is a good book. I'm not sure if you've seen it. It's called Yoga Kundali, the Upanishads.
Okay.
So it has like sections from the Upanishads and then translates it and then gives a brief overview on the techniques.
Okay.
Like each section is only like a few pages long, and it's really in depth. It's really good. Just simple techniques.
You hold up the cover so I can screenshot it.
That's from the same squad.
Swami, so it might.
Yeah, that's him.
That's the same guy who wrote the Dharana Darshan, isn't it?
No, that's the other one. He's in the front, the first page though.
That's his homeboy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
That's from
right
the same squad.
Yeah. Yeah.
God damn, bro.
Mm-hmm.
He is keeping us roped in. That's our energy opening up. It don't want us to go too far outside the truth, or we'll end up buying that $60 Kundalini book with fucking chick spread out on the front of it.
With Becky on the front.
You know what I'm saying? I can't even leave that laying around nowhere. My daughter see that, be like, Dad, what is this? Nothing.
Yikes.
It's meditation.
Yeah, for meditation purposes. Okay, Satyananda. That's by Satyananda Saraswati. Yep, that's him. Cool.
Oh, Satyananda authored over 80 books, and then Sivananda authored over 200 books.
I don't have that much Amazon, man. God, dog.
Oh.
That's crazy. It's similar to Mantak Chia. Like, you'd think there'd only be so much to say.
So now we got to do some research on Mantak Chia and see who taught him that. And now again, he's tapped in. See, we're just we're finding out where the people are getting this stuff from, man.
Yeah.
We got the source information now.
Yeah, and that's my process. That's what I love. I find something that's hidden, and then I try to find out, okay, where did you get this from? It's in the bibliography, so let me start there. That way you can get out of just rotating through all this surface new shit that keeps popping up. New Goetia book, new magic book. Nah, where did you get it from?
And imagine with that now. Now you can take Kaya Strayam into the Goetia and really meditate on one of them.
Goetic nadis.
Let's go ahead and breathe through Andras now.
Now that we know where he's located, because each one of the Goetic spirits are attached to one of the minor arcana, which is attached to a specific sphere on the Tree of Life. So you know where in the body to meditate on these entities. Book coming soon.
Which is attached to a particular chakra. No different than you mentioned in Kundalini Yoga that the Shumna, Ida, and Pingala are attached to those three lords in the Indian pantheon. And what you really got to do is read the descriptive elements of Goetic energy, and you can attach it. That same energy is going to be attached to some other lord or god in another whole geographical area somewhere on the planet. And they're going to be the same exact demon, lord, spirit, whatever you want to title it.
Whoa, that just adds a thick new dimension to things.
But you got to think the actual Kundalini is a goddess.
Mother of all. Peace, Sophia. How you doing?
I'm well.
Hey.
What's up?
How's it going?
Greetings, greetings.
Yeah, because the three grantees, the Brahma, Vishnu, and Rudra, that corresponds with the Aum, which they went up and down your spine.
You know something? I was reading something on Soham. Let me see if what did I do with it?
Oh my God. I got so much going through my head right now based off of what was just said. I don't even know where to start.
I think I put it in here.
That also makes sense why they talk about how each of the Goetic spirits have these legions. Most of them are innumerable, but they give it a numeric delineation. So that would correspond.
So it's no different than saying that there's 36,000 nadis or 3 million. Those are the actual legions.
Yes. Yes.
I had saved this definition of Soham, right? It said, of course, Soham is a Hindu mantra that can be translated as I am he. So actually, when we're saying the Soham, we're actually saying I am he or I am that. And it is derived from the Sanskrit sa, meaning he, and aham, meaning I. It is a universal and natural mantra because it's present within everybody as the breath, with the sound of soul during inhalation and hum during. We read that, so I'll skip that. And then there's also a version. They also use another one called Hamsa, and that means white swan and stands for the inner self. And they said it's been used for thousands of years to identify oneself with the universal reality. In Tantra and Kriya Yoga, it is known as Ajapa Jap, a constant awareness of the mantra without chanting it. It is also believed that Soham is an answer to Koham, meaning who am I? The universe answers this question with Soham, communicating that you are the same as I am. As a combination of Sa and Am, Soham also symbolizes the power of Shiva and Shakti, forming the male and female powers of the universe, which makes perfect sense because the Sushumna travels up, which is Shakti, and it travels up to the crown chakra where it meets Shiva, the Lord of, or the master aesthetic, or the master meditator. Shiva meets him, they go into union, and then comes back down and pours all the energy back into the body. So we are them and they are us. So we actually become Shiva and Shakti.
Yes.
Yeah. And it's the Soham. There's the the hand of Hamsa, which reflects.
The
Yeah.
Hamsa, yeah.
So that Soham, that I am that. There can be no negativity because I am that.
I
Right.
am that I
That's
am.
the-
EIE.
Hey, hey, yay. I am. Goodness gracious. This is beautiful.
And listen to how your boy breaks it down. He says, "Oh, divine mother Kundalini, the divine cosmic energy that is hidden in men. Thou art Kali, Durga, Adisakti, Raja Jaraswari, Tripura Sundari, Mahalakshmi, Mahasarvasvati. Thou hast put all these names and forms. Thou hast manifest as prana, electricity, force, magnetism, cohesion, gravitation in the universe. This whole universe rests in thy bosom. Kroros, or salutations unto thee, O mother of this world. Lead me on to open the Sushumna Nadi and take thee along the chakras to Saraswara chakra to merge myself in thee and thy consort Lord Shiva." We're on to it, man. So now when you go back and you go back and read these Bible stories and you really get and you start to separate particular things that this individual named Jesus did, you'll find the same way. You'll find the same practices in here.
Yeah.
Starting to look like this is the way, the only way. Or at least the myriad of different options are starting to slim down.
Yeah.
I like that.
Vivekananda, his master Sri Ramakrishna, he lived his life. He went through each religion for a period of time, just to experience that it was the same end goal. And then Vivekananda's obviously part of what's distributing this information. It's all the same thing.
Oh my goodness. As soon as anything that could possibly trouble me or give me worry or concern starts to creep up, it's immediately met with the thought that none of this matters. And I have to stress, not in a depressing way, just in, I don't know, some kind of strange reminder that everything is as it should be. Whatever.
It's all transitory. It's all transitory. Good or bad, it's gonna go.
I saw something earlier that would have made me feel some kind of way. And I instantly saw that the only reason I would have been upset is because I identify with something. because I identify with something. If I don't identify with that thing, then there's literally no reason to feel some kind of way. And then I begin to see that thing as a reflection of what's going on inside of me and a reflection of just what's going on in reality. There's masculine and feminine energies that dance with each other all day, every day, at all moments. I'm pretty much just an observer of that. But it's when I attach to an identity of something, that's when these emotions start to pop up. Then, of course, these emotions lead to karma, etc., etc., dis-ease, because we hold on to those emotions and we store them in these little bitty energetic points, and they fester and they boil and they grow. Everything.
That's what's been amazing. Doing the grantees especially, I've noticed a lot of karma suddenly coming up, and just being able to maintain that observer and just seeing it dissolve, rather than if it were to come up in day-to-day life, you'd have a reaction.
Yes.
And then just repeat the cycle.
It's beautiful in a way.
What you just said, Travis, that's exactly what I was writing about, man. And I said these minute, well, like I said, it's space debris floating through the psychic space of the chakra zone. Memories of childhood experiences, past relationships, our own inner dialogue of self-exploration, our family experience or lack of family experience, and so on and so forth. These psychic impressions are the minute particles attached to us deeply within. They are at the cellular level like a red or white blood cell. So that's what you say. If you still had that attachment to what you were experiencing, it would have the samskara or the victory would have raised its head. Then I said many years of impression, memories, and ideologies, self-philosophies, and moral and ethical codes and patterns operating throughout our whole system. Emotional impressions and modifications we've accepted due to life's condition, environment, and atmosphere.
Yeah.
That's all we are. Is an adaptation to Malkuthic environment and atmosphere.
And Malkuth is just a repository of all the different forces being in this sweet-ass concert. It's just a receptacle for all that circulation. And it's circulating so much, it's almost like watching a wheel spin so fast it doesn't even look like it's moving anymore.
It's just not a repository. It's a filtered. Everything is filtered down and diluted once it gets here.
Would you be right in saying all those forces as well are the same force?
Yeah. That's what I was going to say. So Malkuth is the polar opposite of Kether, which is everything. It's just looks so separated in Malkuth. It's the same thing. No thing.
Trillion impressions.
Yeah.
Trillion impressions. 76,000, 3 million.
That's actually a beautiful realization.
I don't think that what I said in the group about, anything you identify with is an illusion. I don't know if that was I don't know if that can be received unless you really think about it. Like, I mean, everything that you identify with, everything, your skin color, your family, your name, anything that you identify with is illusion. Because all that exists is right now. All that exists is this present moment. That past stuff it's a concept. It's an idea. What you did with somebody, what someone did to you, for you, they're all ideas. They only exist in the imagination. It's your it's your interpretation of it, Us conversating right now, like, words are coming out of my mouth, and I may mean something truly, but you're only receiving what you interpret from, you know what I'm saying? And it's going around like that.
Each one of our brains is filtering it the way that we need to understand it. So in actuality, we're all not hearing the same thing.
We're not.
Yeah, I saw what you posted today about how different animals perceive all different frequencies, so it's not the same reality.
And that's why breath is so important. If you notice, he's stressing the breath, breath, deep, concentrated, slow breathing. We're not supposed to be breathing like a freaking rabbit, all fast and worried all the time that something's gonna jump out from the bush and take us down.
Right.
That's why we die. That's why we die fast, because we breathe too much. We
Spending
don't
that
breathe.
life
We don't
energy.
slow down our breathing.
Making it rain, spending that prana.
Yeah, exactly.
You
Just
go.
tossing it out.
Sheesh.
And then they got these other processes that we read and studying about, where you actually begin to hold your breath unknowingly. I've been doing that a lot. My breathing starts becoming so slow and so calm that my body started being so calm that I'll actually snap out of it because I realized that I wasn't even breathing. And I was like, oh shoot, was I not breathing just now?
Yeah.
So it's been a hell of an experience so far.
Yeah. So I had that on a psychedelic. It started really slowing my breath down, and one of the thoughts is always maintain your breath, make sure you're breathing. But so I asked the psychedelic, and it just said, we're getting you as close to death as possible, as least reliant on the gross breath and more
Yeah.
prana within. So
Yeah.
you don't need the physical breath to actually circulate the prana. The same way you don't need food to survive, you don't need water, you can just live off the prana.
Yeah.
And again, that has to be something experienced.
Aeritarians.
Yeah.
It has to be experienced to be understood, because, you know, we can read about this and see a YouTube video about breatharians, but you can't just run out and try it. There has to be an experience, an understanding of that experience. The prana exists, and everything you said is correct and true. But that conditioned mind, it can't receive it until it experiences it, you know?
Yeah.
Just like I can tell people, you know, hey, you can make money online, but most people don't perceive how that works, you know?
Yeah, there's steps between.
Yeah, and you can take a million courses that show you how to do it, but what I've learned is none of them can show you how to do it. You've got to watch them enough to figure it out on your own. This shit is just like with what we're doing here with the spiritual system. They kind of show you the path, but you have to walk it and make it work for you.
Yeah.
And the problem
Yes,
that we have is we keep identifying with everything. We're identifying with being alive. And we've become comfortable with that when we know that there has to come a time that it has to be symbolic and it has to be real. It has to be a subtle form, and then it has to be a gross form. So the subtle form of death is eliminating our attachment to whatever we've built up about ourselves. Everything that we've known, we have to detach from that. We have to separate ourselves from that. So we become dead to our old self. That's the whole thing about Christianity, baptism.
Mm-hmm.
When a person gets baptized, they're actually supposed to come out of the water and not even be the same person again.
Right.
So that's the same thing with us. We're baptizing ourselves on a constant basis by going through particular breathing techniques and meditative techniques and being aware of the activity of the mind, the activity of the body, and then we're supposed to be till we get to the point of samadhi, or we reach the Atman, which is the true self. That's I'm not the person anymore. I'm now the self. The person is just your personality. It's your face, your makeup. It's like you said, you was meditating on that mask. So now I get it. The mask was maybe who we think we are. We all got on a fucking mask.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's literally a flesh bag. It's a meat sack with associated ideas. It's not registered anywhere. We give it those ideas. It's not real. None of it. You can't make it real. Try to
now
prove
when we
it.
look about this whole COVID thing, wearing a mask, this has been one big spiritual experience.
Yeah, I was saying where I am, you wouldn't even know COVID was a thing if you never watched the news and there weren't people with masks.
Yeah. Yeah.
That alone, that reinforces whatever they're trying to do.
So here's another huge lesson from all this. We don't share subjective realities. We share an objective reality, but we don't share a subjective reality. Just because you feel some kind of way, I don't have to, because it's not my reality. You know, there's an objective reality and there's a subjective reality, which is an interpretation of the objective reality. Now, you know, I see a red car drive down the street, but to you, it might be a burgundy, a maroon, a crimson. You know, you've got a different understanding. Say you're an artist, you've got different shades and categories of red. If I don't have that, I don't see it that deep. This can be extrapolated to every experience. Depending on what you have in your memory banks is how you interpret reality. But we don't share it. It's not the same. Likewise, if you know much, much, much more about a certain thing, someone who doesn't have that vocabulary, you can't expect them to grasp it the same way that you do. Can't even expect them to want to.
That's like the weather. To one person, it may be hot. The other person is just a little warm.
Yeah. Or bath water, shower, you know.
Yeah.
It's freezing in here. No, it's perfect.
That's the only interpretation to have. It's perfect. If it doesn't seem perfect, it'll play out perfect.
It's all perfect.
And another person to get mad because you don't accept their definition of what they think it is.
That's where the arguments start.
That's the whole way of the earth. That's where everybody's at war and all of this shit.
Right. That's the fights. That's the arguments, the battles. Over what? Something that doesn't exist. Something invisible. Something that's an interpretation. A subjective universe that only you share. Now we can speak these words that appeal to emotions and rope other people in to fight for our cause. But that's an illusion. If I convince everybody that this race of people is evil and try to extinguish us and we need to fight back, you're under my illusion now. Because here's the truth. There's no person that's evil. There's ideas and concepts and evil things, but nobody's evil because nobody's even a person.
And it's funny because they're trying to destroy the other, is still in a way seeking unity. But it's instead of we're the same, it's get rid of them, there's only this.
Right.
Yeah.
So unity underlying.
And if you really dig deep, those type of things usually have an ulterior motive that the foot soldiers don't understand, don't comprehend, right? The people that are really behind these wars are having dinner and lunch together. Meanwhile, the pawns, the chess pieces, they've wrapped their whole life around this illusion. Or should I say the employees versus the CEOs, right? McDonald's and Burger King, they hobnob, but, you know.
You ever notice how when they build a CVS, there's always a Walgreens across the street?
Every time. Why? How? How, Sway?
It has to be like that. That's how they both get their business.
Right.
It gives an individual thinking that they have a better choice. One person be like, nah, Walgreens is better than CVS. Like, nah, I like CVS better than Walgreens. When they both may be owned by the same person.
Owned by the same person, selling the same products. Oh, I'm Xbox. No, I'm PlayStation. Plays the same games.
Exactly.
It goes from yes or no to this or that.
Yeah.
Republican or Democrat.
And then that leads to violence.
Violence.
Because now somebody's going to be like, listen here, I'm sick of you talking about that shit. Leave it alone now. We're like, nah, I have a right to my opinion. and then one person, now somebody gets hit. Now they're at war. Now there's a battle.
And meaning it's suffering that doesn't have to be. Doesn't have to be. And what's it all behind? A concept. Identification with an idea that's not even yours. It's not even yours. That's the worst part for me. I'm gonna lose my life behind something that I didn't even all I've got is an emotional investment to it. And if I examine that emotional investment, somebody gave that to me.
Yeah.
It's not a
Somebody
personal
made
experience.
it like that.
I can't do it. That's suffering that doesn't have to be. Every day I'm mad. Every day, yeah.
It's crazy about politics as well, because there's two sides. I was speaking to my friend. It was like, you guys have American football, but we just have soccer. And it was like, in the league, there's like 20 teams, and people are as emotionally invested in them. It was like, imagine if there was just 2 teams in the league. How would everyone do it? And that's the way politics has been for the past 100 years.
Yeah.
We're going to change it. We're going to change it.
Yeah.
It's back and forth.
It's the same thing.
And then when you look behind the whole game of politics, you have particular individuals and think tanks like the Koch brothers, who really are the ones who control this. They invest millions of dollars into political schemes in these particular think tanks that change public opinion. So we think it's this and we think it's that. No, and this leftist group and the rightist group, and Bill Clinton was a third way Democrat. Well, what is that? Oh, that means that he was a Democrat, but he kind of did things like a Republican at the same time. So then nobody knows this. Like, these are all the behind the scenes. There's always something going on behind the scenes. Like you said, no one sees the subjective side of things. All we react to is the objective point of view. And that shows you that's how the universal laws are wound up into this realm that we're in. There's always objective and there's always subjective.
Yes.
The only way you can go into the subjective realm is through deeper meditation,
right,
and contemplation,
right,
and sitting still. Once they keep a person always irritated and always wrapped up into some sort of new thought concept and modification, there is no this, as he said in the book, it's a dissipated mind that's undisciplined.
Mm-hmm. And that's a weak
mind. They don't
mind.
want you to become concentrated.
That dissipated mind is a weak mind, it says.
Yeah, right.
And I think it hurts when you get a sense for this and you start to see it in play. It makes you want to run from it because you get this feeling you've been lied to all your life. You get mad and there's nobody to blame. You look for someone to blame and there's nobody. That's very uncomfortable. That's extremely uncomfortable. But that's the thing.
Now we get the story of Buddha. As we know, Siddhartha was born into a rich family.
Mm-hmm.
And as the story goes, he looked out of his window and pretty much saw all this poverty and hurt and but he's balling out in this fancy home with looking at, why isn't anybody else don't have this? And he left that shit behind and sought samadhi. Became a great ascetic. That's the whole thing. That's why that's an important aspect of what we're doing is solitude.
Yeah.
If we're not around this pulsating system of foolishness, then we're not affected by it. But you can't stay away from it forever.
Right.
But you have to stay away from it enough so that it doesn't become attached to. It's like being around parasitic entities. If you hang around this stuff enough, it's a possibility that you're going to become infected by it.
Right.
Yeah, I've noticed if I'm out socially or anything, if I go to meditate later that day, I have their thoughts as my cheetah. That I'm trying to silence the energy I've picked up.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like a fair balance.
Because you have unconscious awareness and you have conscious awareness. So the subtle frequencies of personality or energy, whatever we want to call it, is being funneled straight through your ears. We have to become more highly advanced to shut off the auditory perceptions. And that's what high yogins do. They sit there in meditation and they're unaffected by everything because they've become a master of themselves. The auditory process, they know how to turn their ears off. But you know, that shit would take about 30, 40, 50 years to do something like that.
Consistent
But that doesn't
practice.
mean we don't have earbuds that we can't put in and play some peaceful music and shut the rest of the world out. That's the only thing that I know I can do at this present moment.
Yeah.
The more we become silent and still, the more we eventually separate from everything that's influencing us. Because we don't have no opinion about anything.
Influence and opinion. That monkey mind bouncing around. And especially with all that I've learned about neurolinguistic programming and psychology, it's easy. It's not hard at all. It's easy. And the CIA book, what's it called? Yeah, well, that one about psychology and influence. It says even if you understand these principles, that doesn't exempt you from being affected by it. So it's not a knowledge thing. It's a biological organism thing. So let's best believe that these businesses, corporations, and governments understand how to keep your attention and how to keep it dispersed. It's not hard. Matter of fact, we welcome it every time we open our phones. So just like Mimetic Magic was talking about in the very beginning of that book, it's paramount that you take some time away from society to separate from it, because every instance of contact with it, you become infected by it. Your opinions, you strengthen and reinforce your identification with it. And as long as you identify with society and with culture and with people, you're going to be affected by the triggers that push society and people.
Mm-hmm.
And here's what I'm trying to emphasize. It's being pushed for a reason. None of this stuff just happens naturally. It's always a political agenda or some kind of agenda to make you spend money or to make you spend your energy. There's always something behind it. How many times have we heard the world's going to end? We about to have a cosmic shift. This great gateway is about to happen. It's always something, but nothing ever happens. We fall for it every single time. How, Sway? Every single time. Cosmic alignment this December, y'all. Another December cosmic alignment, really? In my life, I've seen what? Y2K, 2012, Mayan calendar. We got another one coming supposedly. Nothing ever happens. Yeah. There's always a meteor passing by the Earth about to hit us. There's always Illuminati doing this, New World Order. It's always something to keep you excited and dispersed.
Yeah, that's the worst one, because people start getting conscious and then they're so distracted in the Illuminati.
Mm-hmm.
And they have something to fight.
They doing this to us. We gotta fight back. We gotta.
Mm-hmm.
Who is we?
We.
Who are you? Well, let me give you the labels that I identify by. I am a feminist. I am a Republican. I'm a black. I am a what do you call anti-homosexual? Damn.
Anti what?
That
anti-homosexual.
Easy word. Just skip my mic.
That's what it is.
Labels. We give out these labels. That's not who you are. Those are labels that somebody else made for you to fall in line with. But all that to say, this process of introspection helps you to really see through that stuff. None of that matters. Doesn't matter. It was here before we got here, and it's going to be here when we leave. Just like the trees and the grass.
That's the whole thing, is that we're seeking to separate from common thoughts, ideations, and philosophies. That's what I mean when I use the word detach. Detaching from the normalcy of how everything that everybody else attaches themselves to. They fall victim to someone. It's like I just said about this. A person, they call it public opinion. What part of the public? No one's ever asked my opinion about anything when it came to specific ways of the political direction of the country.
I've only been
So
given
that's
it.
what I
Public
mean.
opinion. So we've discussed this before. You know what public actually really means.
Yeah,
Tell us
and that
again.
and those terminologies are made up by sociologists.
Mm-hmm.
Sociology terms those type of things. A blue Republican, a red Democrat, neoconservatism, conservatism. All of that stuff is based off of a philosophy that sociologists create. So when I say that, we got to detach, I'm saying we have to detach from the philosophies that have nothing, or I'm saying for myself, when I seek to detach, I'm detaching from things that have nothing to do with my growth and elevation.
Yeah. Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly.
It's like if I wear a size 13 shoe, there is no way I'm gonna buy a size 11. It's not gonna fit me. I can't do it. It's the same way. Whatever doesn't fit within the structure of myself and the way that I have to go, I have to leave it alone. It has nothing to do with me. It ain't some, you don't have love, you don't have compassion, because what we're doing brings you to the highest concept of love and compassion. You have to go from the mula to horror up. You don't think your life's gonna change by screwing around with your anahata, your heart chakra? Those are filters. We're filtering from the shitty level of the, don't forget where it's sitting at, near the anus, and it has to come upward, being filtered through these. First it's purified through heat at the Swadhisthana, then it's purified by fire at the Manipura, then it's purified by the heart, then it's purified to be spoken through the voice, then it goes to the third eye, then goes to the fucking crown, and then it has to come back down. So when it goes back down, you should be not attached to what originally was attached to you at the Mula to Harvard level.
Yeah. And what do they
You're
say? That
supposed to-
root chakra deals with the identity point.
That's what it deals with. Like this book, Kundalini Yoga says, the mind of a worldly man with base desires and passions moves in the Muladhara and Svadhisthana chakra or centers situated near the anus and the reproductive organ respectively. If one's mind becomes purified, the mind rises to the Manipura chakra or the center in the navel and experiences some power and joy. If the mind becomes more purified, it rises to the Anahata chakra or the center in the heart, experiences bliss, and visualizes the effulgent form of the Ishta Devata or the tutelary deity. And then it goes up, then it keeps going up. And that little part is called the gradational ascent of the mind. So the gradational ascent of the mind is becoming detached from the lowly existence of mundane things. But we keep getting tired. We want to, but PS5s, fanatics, all of that, being prepared for the release of the new sneaker, being prepared and getting ready for the Christmas season. It's holiday season. Getting prepared and being worried about the New Year's.
Yeah.
Oh, the New Year's is coming. I gotta make some what do they call it? A New Year's resolutions, and I wonder if COVID-19 is gonna come into 2021, and
Yeah.
that right there is being attached to all type of energies that have nothing to do with you. Because you know what? 2021 is gonna come in whether you're concerned about it or not.
2057 is gonna come whether we are concerned about it or
Whether
not.
you are concerned with it or not.
And we're gonna die when it's our time to die.
And this shit's gonna keep on going.
And the whole time we worried about stuff, but never worried about some scars that are still trapped in us from when I was 7 years old. Still carrying around baggage of a hurt 7-year-old and a hurt 16-year-old. A lot of people know that they was once the kid in high school that was not considered the cool kid.
Not me.
Was picked on, was laughed at.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm not making fun of it. I'm just saying they went through that. That's a samskara. That's a mental impression that's left in people, and they just like doing cement work. They cemented over it, and it looked like it's a nice refined floor, but under that floor, it's this damaged, cracked foundation of a hurting 16-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
But they've covered it up with a fucking $3,000 suit, some nice shoes. They keep nice cologne on. They driving a boss car, boss house, and you wonder why they can't have a good, stable relationship.
Wonder why they always feeling depressed.
Why they always depressed, and they love cocaine and liquor.
Yeah.
Smoking
Always have
cigarettes.
to do something.
Yeah.
It's funny, I've noticed if I'm about to go on my phone, recently I've been trying to limit my usage on my phone, but like noticing what thoughts trigger me to go on my phone.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Just those little patterns.
And that's what that little documentary was about on Netflix, showing you how they screwed around with our neural pathways to make us have to reach for our phone. We'll just be doing something and it just so happen to, from the peripheral, catch a glimpse of our phone, pick it up, and just start scrolling through it for nothing.
Hours gone. I found that with this process here, I've got to do it as soon as I wake up. I got to. Because if I get my phone, if I go upstairs, if I do anything else, it's going to be harder and harder to make that commitment to be like, all right, let's sit down. It's got to be done immediately for me, or it won't get done. If I pick
that's what I be talking about. You know what I mean? That's what the whole thing of detachment is. Detaching from particular energies. And you know, that's another thing too. We don't know what other word. We have to now develop into some deeper words to say. We got to start changing from energy or whatever. So the whole thing is, I guess we're using modifications and conditionings. Patterns, as you said. We have to get out and away from particular patterns, modifications, and conditionings of our life's experience that has made us become an emotional wreck. We're a piece of work. Everything always makes it. Well, why you say it like that? Why, I don't understand. Why would you say something like that? Why does that make you feel like you needed to say why I said that?
Right. This trigger makes us want to look outside first. Look inside. Why was I triggered in the first place?
Think about a person arguing with you. They got something to say. They yelling, and you sitting there like this the whole time. Who they arguing with?
Themselves.
They arguing with themselves. If you're not giving them anything to feed off of, then eventually the argument's going to starve. They don't have nothing to feed on.
It's funny because I asked Trav about protection, and he said it's the supreme knowledge that will actually keep you protected. So when I've had like funny encounters in just visions, whatever, anything trying to interfere with me, just saying, are you the divine mother?
3 o'clock.
Are you the divine mother? Knowing that is my concept of the all. And it's over. There is no problem. It either goes or it stays in warmth and friendliness. But there is no conflict. It's just, it's so simple.
Think about how many people spiral out of control because they don't have a fucking gold candle to do some kind of a money magic ritual.
Jeez.
Or they can't find a red candle for passion.
Jeez.
Now they can't. Now they think they can't do the ritual now.
I don't have a cake to sacrifice to
Close your eyes and
Bune.
envision a red candle burning and do the ritual.
The red candle don't do nothing.
That's basically what I had to do. You supposed to make do with what you got, and I did exactly just that. Whatever candle color I need, I put it in my mind, just like you said, and because all of the spiritual shops were closed,
Mm-hmm.
I was just like, well, so much for being spiritual, you know, and I just like, man, I should have opened up a shop. Because I wouldn't have stayed closed.
I need sage. I need some more sage to burn. Where the sage? Oh, I gotta have my sage.
Just go in your cabinet.
Or better yet, sit down and meditate. The bad energy is coming from your old funky behind.
It's coming from
Yeah,
your.
I know what herbs to go in my front yard. Get a mess of them and then just burn them. You know, you don't have to have sage. You know, you may do what you want.
Go to the
but
dollar
your
store.
mind, your mind is it's incredible. That was another thing that people reacted towards the sanitizer. I'm like, what's that big whoop all about? Just buy the cheapest vodka you can find, your vinegar.
Yeah, that works.
You know, brown liquor. You know, and clean. You know, but I was just like, I just couldn't believe it. I just like, and but the great thing about this whole COVID thing, and is that I did I still am doing a lot of meditation, and but this experience that I'm having now, it's a lot deeper, and I think I don't know. I keep at the end, just about at the end when I'm just finishing. You guys experience a ringing at the near when you're just about to subside out of your meditation?
Mm-hmm. I definitely hear the ringing.
Yeah.
I get an anticipation because it's like almost over. But as far as the things that he describes in the book of inner sensory experiences, the past week I've had two, and one was the blue light, and one was the smell. I began to smell something that was.
Blue light, yeah.
I began to smell something that was very sweet and flowery, not so much like candy sweet, but like earthy kind of sweet, floral sweet.
Yeah. And
then as far as that blue light, it just kind of spontaneously appeared before my eyelids, before my third eye, and it was very clear. It started as the shape, and then it began to get more and more as a blue light, but then it went away. And I think I said this on Thursday. It's not something to be looking forward to, like, oh, I'm meditating so I can have this hallucination or whatever. That is merely a signpost, or something that's just a representation of some of these karmas being cleared out, of some of this energy being circulated. It's just a representation of that. It's not like a level we're trying to reach. It's just a representation of, hey, what you're doing is working. Just like seeing 11:11 on the clock, I don't mean there's anything you have to do. That's just a little wink or a nod that you're in alignment.
Yeah. I kind of thought about that smell because I be having that a lot too. I smell it. It kind of smells like jasmine.
Yeah, jasmine.
Something like that.
Sweet
I kind of
floral.
thought that's the smell of the chakra flower, because the chakra is a lotus. It's a padme. So that means that we might be smelling the aroma of the chakra flower because
That's cool.
because it's open. because
That's cool.
because I read that the chakras are all as a flower. They're drooping down when it's not awakened. They're all like this. So once the Shumna goes up and goes through, they rise up to face upward, so that when it reaches Sarasara, it pours back into them, so they catch what's coming down, and then it just flows back through the nadis, and then once the serpent goes back down to its nada or the kanda area, which maybe that's what they're talking about. Wakanda might be some hint as to the awakening of Kundalini.
Interesting.
You know, that's why now they're gonna have a female Black Panther, but that's another story. So but the whole thing is that the uprising of the Padme, of the lotus, might be what we're smelling, because it's opened. So you smell this sweet essence. I think it comes from us. I think it's like, because we heat our body up by doing this practice, especially with the breathing. Our heat index rises slightly. So I think now we start emanating the smell. I remember there was a story they told in Islam about Adam, particularly Adam had the smell of roses, being that he was created from the dust of the ground, and the dust of the ground has the smell of fresh cut roses. So now, if I think about that, that might be the same thing, that citrus. It smells like jasmine, or it just smells like some sort of like I have a grapefruit tree in the back. When it's early spring, they're gonna have white little flowers all over it, and the whole neighborhood is gonna smell sweet.
That's new. Yeah.
It's gonna have bees everywhere. So I kind of think that's what it is that we're experiencing with the awakening the chakras. All kind of stuff happening. That rushing, or that hissing sound.
Mm-hmm.
The hissing sound, because of the serpent, we might be hearing the awakening of the serpent. The ringing sound might just be the energy going through this thin tube.
Yeah.
Because we're breathing through the Sushumna. So we might be hearing the actual Soham going through it, because I know everybody has tried to breathe inward and see if they're really hearing soul, and breathing out and seeing it, like, yeah, it do kind of sound. It don't actually sound like Soham. That's an internal. It's an internal universal sound of cosmic energy. See, that's a detachment too. We have to detach from our highly intelligent brain reading that information, and now trying to associate it or funnel through a Rolodex of information to make us listen to us breathing, to think I'm really hearing the word soul and hum.
Okay, can I ask, has anybody been experiencing any achiness? When you feel the whole halo around you, do you feel any kind of achiness?
Definitely. My back is killing me.
Yeah.
My hips are killing me.
Yeah. Right here hurts.
Well,
yeah, and my foot, but I just keep going through it.
And I've been extra tired.
I feel great.
Have you been tired?
Hell yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
I've noticed that too.
Like you need vitamins. I've been like thinking about what I've been eating. Like, have I been eating wrong? Sometimes I'm forgetting to eat, but I don't forget to drink water. So I'm drinking water. So I'm like, well, maybe it's because maybe I'm not eating. But after going through these particular practices, I'm talking about I'm falling asleep almost freaking 7 o'clock. Like
yes. Yeah.
Yep.
See, my
That's me
schedule
too.
my schedule was
Yeah.
reversed. I'm usually up through the night and I sleep during the day. But doing this right here, it put me back on sunlight schedule. I'm sitting here trying to I'm trying to get my schedule back and study at the table at 11 o'clock, and I'm sitting here with my head in the damn book. Oh shit, you know what I'm saying? I
Yeah.
gotta go to bed.
That's what it is. And I've been trying to avoid like drinking coffee for the purpose of keeping me awake.
Yeah.
I kind of want to like let my system try to figure this thing out. And then
Yeah.
I've been blaming it on, well, maybe because we switched the time and it seemed like it's getting darker now. And it's, but I'm talking about, man, when the sun is down, I try to get that. I try to do, because I'm following the schedule of a sunrise meditation, and if I can, I'm trying to do it around noon time, and I'm definitely doing it in the sundown, and I'll be doing it, and I've always done one at 11. I'm barely making it to the 11 o'clock one now.
Yeah. Cool.
So I'm glad you brought that up. Have anybody been feeling achy? Yep, I've been feeling achy. My hips, my back, my upper back. I'm like, damn, I don't usually have no pain in my upper back, so I'm kind of feeling it. Then I'm feeling drained out.
There and then like a little bit of burning in my ankles. And what I've kind of something came to popped up in my head is that you need to get your trace minerals. So
Yeah,
I went and bought some trace minerals.
Cassandra said she was having headaches, and I
Yeah.
think that's our process of detoxifying through spiritual practices.
Yes.
I think so.
No different
Yes.
if we was to take a if we was to detox ourselves with herbs and stuff, like you're gonna feel weird for a couple of days because that shit, you gotta balance it out. So I think that's what's going on. I think it's
Absolutely.
because we're dealing with some highly potent information here.
Absolutely.
About the detoxing, once I did a 2-week herbal detox, and that was, I felt low the whole time because of the stuff that was being released. But I went to a family friend's house, and obviously I felt like stuff was being released, but I wasn't quite sure of the certainty of it. And the dog was going mental at me. It wouldn't stop barking at me. And I've never experienced that like normally. So the dog could see what I was releasing.
Yeah, 'cause you gotta
Mm.
think they deal with energy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've been careful to avoid people as best as I can. But that's okay, so that's good. I thought it was just me. I've been extremely tired, and my schedule has gone back to like daylight since I've been doing this. And I've noticed also, I usually drink coffee every day, at least 3 cups, but while doing these meditations, I just naturally didn't want any. I've been drinking green tea. What was that?
That's the same way I've been feeling too. Like I just don't want any coffee.
Yeah. I've been doing green tea, but like, I don't know. As far as
I've had that with meats. I've noticed my portion sizes have been quite a lot smaller.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's easier when I'm full. My body says I'm full. I can understand my body more due to the inner energy.
My portion sizes have increased as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Definitely don't have to eat much. I was already like that, but now it's 1 meal a day and maybe some snacks.
I think it's the process of breathing deeply and sitting and extending your spine that your body is basically knowing it can't do that on a extra full stomach.
Yeah.
Like you can't really breathe comfortably because you have to go into your natural breath. So you can't really get a good natural breathing pattern if your stomach is too full.
Yeah.
And I'll go ahead and put out there also
as well. What? So I was gonna say something. No. So what your body is actually looking for? Because I've noticed days where, let's say I haven't drunk as much water as I should have. I'm craving like sugary foods and stuff.
Oh yeah, very much.
Days I've done the energy work. The foods isn't even so much on my mind, which is, I guess that's just true nourishment. Your body has what it needs.
Yeah.
Man, I go to the store and come back with all these damn sweets. I've never been like this before.
Cause that's what it is too. It seems like my like what you want to eat has been off. Like nothing is satisfying you almost.
Yeah.
I'm trying to eat beans, and I still feel a little hungry, but then I really don't want to eat no more. And then it's been crazy.
I've kind of had the opposite, to the point where try and make every mouthful a sensory overload.
Yeah.
Like try and make it as high as possible.
I've definitely been doing the Franz Barden approach with the food. I've definitely been eating slow with my meals, you know, savoring everything, tasting everything, really experiencing it, not having any music on or put my phone away, being present at the meal. I've been doing that for sure.
Yeah.
And I'll say this also, I've noticed, as I guess that's translating to my sexual desire as well. Like, I just rather meditate right now. I don't know.
Let's meditate and chill.
Yeah. I'm finding that it isn't overtaking me as easily as it used to with this practice.
For me, it's the concept of once you experience that inner pleasure, the outer transitory pleasures, they're not as meaningful.
And that's because we're seeking to obtain our information from the Akasha. We're not seeking our information from the gross world anymore. We're seeking our information from the higher planes, basically on the tree. We're seeking our information from the supernal triad.
Yeah.
And we're short circuiting into Tippereth, and we're short circuiting into Hod and all of the, these different sephiras. And then of course the tree's gonna do what it's gonna do. It's giving you anyways. It's not like it stops giving you anything. We stop tapping into it to receive it.
Yeah.
So that's what it is. But now we're reprogramming. We're basically mind hacking ourselves to reconnect with the higher realms, and then we're going beyond the veil of Peraketh. So then we come back down to Malkuth, and why shouldn't we be tired and exhausted, and our body wants to eat Snicker bars and all kind of different stuff.
I got a damn stack
all kind
over
of
here.
different things, because we've activated something different within our system.
Mm-hmm. I took what you brought up last week. I took it very seriously. You brought attention back to the beginning of Chakra Shuddhi. It's just like one sentence, and I'm gonna read it again because I took that shit seriously. In Japa Yoga, these practices make up a special anusthana which can bring great benefits to the serious practitioner who is able to devote 1 week or 1 month uninterruptedly to the practice. When you brought the emphasis to that again, I took that seriously. So I'm like, you know what? It's not possible for me to be talking about this every Sunday and not do this every day. That's got to stop. So I took it as a challenge to go ahead and sit here and try to do this every day. I didn't make it every day, but every week I'm gonna try it until it becomes part of my routine of doing this every single day. Whether it is just the Chakra Shuddhi, which, hey, it's gonna be 3 hours if it's gonna be 3 hours, or whether it's gonna be one of these new ones that we start learning. But I did it before with Vipassana, and I am making it a part of my routine now.
Yeah.
But
that's like my uncle is a member, an active member for a couple of years now of the Asar Aset Society,
Mm-hmm.
which is it's an organization started by Ra Nefer, who wrote the Metu Neter books, and he's been doing They doing the same thing. Round, they don't call it what we're calling it. They just call it Kemetic. They're doing the exact same meditation. The only thing differently they do is they write meditative scripts. They do the stillness sitting or kaya strapium, which they don't use that name, and they write a meditative script for what they want to change or what kind of change that they want to see with the meditation. And he's dedicated, they doing what they call, they dedicated a 90-day process. So for the next 90 days, they're actually doing what we said we're going to do. We're going to do this practice for 1 week or 1 month. They've just took an oath to do it every day for 90 days. So these practices, so these things are being actually done, and they're really big on purifying the chakras, and you know, it's a heck of a process.
Can I ask, is the meditative script just pretty much like a mantra, or what I'm trying to say, a positive affirmation, or?
It's not necessarily a positive affirmation.
Do you know how?
It's actually, you're actually writing, say like you're going through whatever situation, or you don't want to go through a particular situation. You actually write the script of how, when, and why you want to change it. And then with the script, after you put that, you do that script, you do a visualization process where you actually see yourself successful in the endeavor that you're seeking through the script. So you know how we're doing the mantra, and we're working and we're envisioning our chakras. It's basically the same thing. We're basically, our script is tapping into our higher self. But what you can actually add on, and what they're doing is, how do you see yourself tapping into this energy? How do you want to do it? And you actually write a script, and you memorize it, and you say it. So it's not necessarily an affirmation saying, you know, I am, you know, the I am, you know, affirmations, but you're actually writing out what you're seeking to accomplish in a few time, or even within a matter of hours or days or whatever, you know, your time period.
So I'm assuming that you write it as though it's already happened.
Yeah, you create how you want it to happen, and then you visualize seeing yourself in the moment of it happening, doing what you want to do, or seeing what you want to see.
All right.
Because even with Ra'u Nefer Amen, or as he's called, Shake 'em or Shake 'em, he studied this stuff too. It's just that they deal with it from a Kemetic standpoint. They're dealing with the Kemetic tree of life. They don't deal with the Hebraic, the Hebrew tree of life or anything. Everything is from a Kemetic standpoint. Well, we know that it's the same thing, just with different names.
Yeah. Exactly.
Would you say that the Vedic approach is the most authentic? That's the most long-lasting?
I think that is, you know, I think it is, you know, and it's because we got to deal with Sanskrit. Sanskrit is basically one of the oldest languages on this planet. And then you got to think about that this system traveled to different particular areas because of the trade routes and the temples, and they have different water passages that people connected to that came to them for trade. And just so happened, everybody didn't come to trade items. They came to trade information. And then once they learned this information, they took it back to where they came from. And being that they spoke a different dialect, they had to they had to teach it to the people in their dialect. So, so certain things that might have not been called chakra in a particular area, but any ancient indigenous people, they all have the same type of system. That's why they all have priesthoods, from the Aztecs to the Egyptians.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the
Egypt-
same symbology for the most part. as well.
Huh?
It's the same symbology, like the snakes are seen everywhere,
Exactly.
pyramid, the
Exactly.
Kundalini, and the
Exactly. The same symbology, the same thing.
Just to show that nothing new is under the sun, which you were describing there about the practice. That sounds a lot like narrative magic. You know, that's been brought up recently, but obviously, as we see, that's not a new thing.
Yeah. That's exactly what they're doing. And it's the same thing that we're doing, just like I said a little while ago. Once this practice becomes an automated system within us, and now we go back to Ophiel, to now you want to go do whatever your magical practices that everybody was studying before this. That's gonna be super lit. And you're detached from all the extra baggage of that stuff.
Detached from the Hollywood.
Won't
Yeah.
need it.
Exactly, and that's right too. You may not need to go back to those systems, because if you getting your information straight from the mother's source,
Mm-hmm.
why do you need to go to some other author and study their system when you can now be a generator of any system that you seek to utilize?
And what are we gonna become once we reconnect the Indian, the Kemetic, the European, and the Chinese systems? What are we gonna become after we connect all these pieces?
An amalgamation of binary codes.
I love it.
We become the lightning bolt, and we become a serpent. A serpent made of lightning bolts.
Rainbow serpent.
Yeah, what is the rainbow concept? I've seen that coming up a lot. I know it corresponds with the chakras, but is that a definitive thing, or is that just a label people are now saying?
I know that the LGBTQPXWYZ community utilizes the rainbow.
Yeah, they're pretty much taking control of it.
I'm just saying. I don't know. I guess it's a unity type of thing, being that, a full spectrum of people. Because we know that the rainbow, we see the individuated colors, but we know that those colors are basically all coming from one source color.
Yeah.
So I don't. But this is an excellent mixture of stuff, especially when you study this when you utilize psychology, and let's try to mention the whole NLP programming. You become a very powerful individual fooling around with this here stuff, man.
Yeah, this is it.
And we all know
concentrates.
Yeah, you know the Kabbalion. You know how to use that. You know the power of the subconscious mind. You know the power of mantra and yantra and sigils.
Yeah.
So now your sigil magic is totally different now, because you can empower your sigils with a sound Because if you meditate on your sigil long enough, a sound, an internal nada, which is a sound, may come within you. So now you just didn't create a sigil, you also created a mantra for your sigil now. So that makes it even more powerful. And you mixing it with the Kabbalah. So now if you wanna, so now you can take each Sephira into a deeper meditation. Take each deity of the Sephira, the number, the Hebraic information, the alphabet. This basically we become, each person becomes unstoppable.
Yeah, it's pretty much all the information you need within those few areas.
When you keep collecting books, but all of them start to sound the same. It's like constantly repeating itself.
Yeah, you get like a few new sentences per book.
Exactly. So
sometimes you got to repeat yourself so people can hear you.
Oh my God.
And now you
are we having technical difficulty?
When you were speaking, it was breaking up just a little bit.
Okay. Yeah,
I
I'm
said
just
sometimes
having...
you gotta repeat yourself in order for somebody to hear you.
Yeah, repetition.
And now when you go into you go back into Hermeticist and alchemist and all of these Rosicrucians and all of these other systems of the theist and all of them, they've all used this. They've all used meditation, chakra work, concentration practices. They all use that to obtain the information. So even them, even Helena Blavatsky and all of them, they all want to say they got their information from the Akashic records. That's what they all say. That's how she wrote the Isis Unveiled. And if you've ever read those books, those are not fucking novels. Them books that they wrote, those books aren't something you sit down for easy reading. Them things are highly complicated,
excruciating
scholarship reading.
Excruciating.
It is excruciating. And they have all these other different languages mixed all up in there. You have to stop to research what the word means. So it's like this is they've all used this type. They went through the East, man.
X-Clan to the east, backwards.
Exactly.
I'm gonna keep saying it.
They did not originate their own self. It's just like I got this book right here. His name is Arthur Avalon, or Sir John Woodruff. Sir John Woodruff, 1918, writing about this.
Yeah, that's a very complicated book. The way it's written.
They say that's the one that started it all. They say that this dude went over there to the east and learned about this Dharana Darshan type shit that was not public knowledge, and he brought it over to Europe and America, and that's what really started this whole new thought movement. Because what you said, 1918?
1918.
That's pretty much when the new thought movement started.
Yeah.
Thanks to this guy. He tried to pop it off.
Over there finessed the game, learned the practices, came back and brought it. The rest is history. So we're not reading his book. You know what I'm saying? We reading the book actually from the people that he went over there and guided. And then I just opened up to page 195, yoga, Laya Krama. And in the first word I see, it says these three, Dharana, Dhyana, Savikapala Samadhi, called Samyama, are merely stages in the mental effort of concentration, though as later stated, according to the Hatha Yoga aspect, they are progressions in pranayama, each stage being a longer period of retention of prana. Soon as I just so happen just to tap on it, It goes straight to that.
Wow, divine. So look, I don't know. I feel like I have to say it again because I don't know if people really understand. We have breached into the higher level secret shit. This is what you're asking about. Not which demon to use. Not what spell to learn. How to concentrate so that it improves your connection to your spirit. This is how you do it. It's called Dharana. If it's not exciting enough for you, I'm sorry, but this is your answer.
This is it. Damn, man, look at what he says here. Passing then to the processes peculiar to the different yogas, mantra yoga compromises all those forms of sadhana in which the mind is controlled by the means of its own object. That is, the manifold objects of the world of name and form, which is called Namarupa. The whole universe is made up of names and forms, which are the objects, Vishaya, of the mind. The mind is itself modified into the form of that which it perceives. These modifications are called its vritti, and the mind is not for one moment devoid of ideas and feelings.
Not for one moment.
Causing us so much pain and suffering.
Avoidable pain and suffering. I think that part has to be emphasized.
Avoidable.
It's avoidable. We do it to ourselves. We choose it. It is a choice. What Kanye say?
Slavery is a choice.
Nah, we got emotional and mad about that. Them ritties activated. Them ritties.
Exactly. And then it said, it is the feeling or intention that is bhava, with which an act is done with, which determines its moral worth. It is the feeling or intention with which an act is done, which determines its worth. It is on this bhava that both character and the whole outlook on life depend. It is sought, therefore, to render the bhava pure. As a man who falls on the ground raises himself by means of the same ground, so to break worldly bonds, the first and easiest method is to use those bonds as the means of their own undoing.
Yes. Yes.
That's heavy.
I love that part. Using those bonds.
So how would that play out?
Well, a great example is the Soham meditation. You're using your natural breath as a mantra to release.
Because Om is actually the highest mantra. That's like the Samadhi level of mantra. So that was good right there, Travis. You use what you got to get what you want.
Yes.
The same mind that is a distraction is the same mind that you have to use to put that mind under control. Because we don't have two minds.
Got to work with what you got.
You got to work with that same weirded out, modified, broken down in some ways, you got to rebuild it back up.
And a gross, non-subtle psychological way of doing that, they call it reframing. Taking these concepts that you have before you and reprogramming the definition with the intention to elevate yourself. Instead of always running into problems and enemies. Oh, life is this. Woe is me. Everything is out to get me. Reprogram these things to where they uplift you every time you encounter them, experience them. That way you start to learn the fluidity of meaning, the fluidity of identity. Nothing means anything. It only means what you give it meaning to.
That's pretty heavy because I'm just reading further. Because, of course, he already mentioned manifold objects of the world of name and form. So the world of name and form is Namarupa. So he goes on. Hold on, did I just lose it? He says, a man falls. The mind is. He says that the mind is distracted by Namarupa, but this Namarupa may be utilized as the first means of escape therefrom. So the same name and forms that are causing you distraction can be used to get you out of the distractions.
What was that first example in Dharana Darshan where the guy couldn't meditate or focus because of his shiny bracelet?
Yeah.
Guru said, focus on your bracelet. Problem
He was
solved.
blinging so hard.
Blinging so hard. I can't do it, man. My ice, man. When the light hit my ice, it twinkle and glisten. Focus on that.
Focus on the twinkling and glistening, man. This is crazy, man. He's mentioning the same shit. I got stuck in reading this, and he's mentioning the same exact stuff. Because he just mentioned that that Namarupa. Then he says in mantra yoga, and mantra yoga is the Ajapa Dharana, because it's mantra.
Ajapa.
So he says that the mantra yoga, therefore, a particular form of Namarupa, and Namarupa is form and where was the definition? It was names and forms. So it says the mantra, so nam of not productive of pure bhava, which I really don't know what the meaning of bhava is given as the object of contemplation. This is called Stula or Saguna Dhyana of the 5 Devatas, devised to meet the requirements of different natures. Besides the ordinary 8 limbs, which is called Ashtanga, common to all forms of yoga, certain modes of training and worship are prescribed. In the latter material, media are utilized as the first steps whereby the formless one is by the jnana yoga attained, such as images, emblems, pictures, mural markings, mandalas and yantras, mudras, and nyasa. With this, the prescribed mantra is said, and he has in italics, japa, either aloud or softly only. The source of all bija mantras, and bija means seed mantra, the pranava, om, or Brahman, is the articulate equivalent of the primal sound, which is issued from the first vibration of the gunas of Mula Prakti. So basically, what he's saying is these forms and practices. He says that which issue from the first vibration of the gunas of Mula Prakti and the other bija mantras are the same equivalents of the various saguna forms, devas and devis, which thereafter appeared when Prakriti entered into the Vashamaya Vashta state. In mantra yoga, the state of samadhi is called Mahabhava. This is the simplest form of yoga practice, suited for those whose powers and capacities are not such as to qualify them for either of the other methods.
So ultimately, like the goal is the basic is union with that God force. Would samadhi be that?
I definitely believe so.
Yeah. So you do these techniques, and then you reach samadhi, and there's no need for techniques.
Supreme bliss.
Supreme bliss.
Body is pretty much supreme bliss. You've now transformed into Super Saiyan level.
Yeah.
You're Mr. Popo now.
Samadhi, the culmination of meditation, the state of unity with the object of meditation and universal consciousness, the final step of Raja Yoga.
Yeah.
So unity with the object and the subject. True unity. Not just
so it's
Instagram
like Krishnamurti says, you are what you're observing type thing.
Yeah.
There's no separation.
You mean I'm even the people that I don't like and the things that I'm rallying against?
Yeah, the negative thought forms?
No.
Because all things are one. Because the Kabbalion says, what about the all? The all is mind and the mind is all. So there is no separation from any of these things. The things that we don't, the very same things that I say detach from are the very same things that I am.
We move and have our being in the all. All things move and have their being in the all. Nothing is outside of the all.
Yeah.
We need to have an all church. That right there was that was gospel, what you just said right there, man.
But what do I do to protect myself from negative energies and bad spirits and people doing magic against me? How do I protect myself? What is there to protect? What are you protecting yourself from? Those are the questions we want to ask today.
No, you're not protecting yourself. You're protecting your ego, your personality.
There we go. There we go.
You're protecting your honor, your dignity, your family name.
You know,
it's just crazy how complex that ego can get once you start. You disidentify with the physical, but then you just get a complicated ego.
Yeah.
All spheres and stuff.
And it's not something that ever stops. It's something to be aware of. You know, every single day, especially if I'm communicating with somebody on the internet, I got to remember this shit. Oh, I'm Travis Magus. I got these videos and I got this following and all this shit on the internet. I every single day, continually have to remind myself that shit does not matter. Never has, never will.
Yeah.
This is, everything just, it could be anybody. I'm not special. This could have been anybody, and it will be somebody. It is somebody else.
That's why celebrities really want to hang around regular people, but they can't because they're trapped by a contract and they're always under the scrutiny of the business. That's why Brother Polite is so successful in Hollywood. Those back at his past, He'd be like, yo, this dude was just a regular freaking dude, and he was doing this on a 125th Street. Now he's up here with us. They secretly hanging out, and he has multiple wives. They're hanging out with this dude because they're sick of the same masks, because that's what it is, the same personalities in Hollywood. They want to act, they actually gravitate to the oddball who doesn't even can care less if you're Janet Jackson.
Yeah.
Could care less who you are. Be like, everybody else is swooning and wanting a picture for the gram. The regular person is like, well, whatever, man. I'm just trying to get to the buffet.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard a story about Michael Jackson. He said that people are always asking him, "Hey, can you dance? Do this dance for me. I want to see you dance." And he would always be like, "I want to see y'all dance. You see me dance every day. Let me see you dance. What can you do?"
And all he said he wanted to do was go to the grocery store like a regular person. But he said he can't. He said because everybody, what would happen if somebody nowadays you go Michael Jackson still be alive and he in Walmart. Somebody gonna call everybody like, yo man, fucking Michael Jackson is in. He'll shut the whole half of the city down just by in there. It'll be a riot. Somebody might get killed, getting stepped on.
Somebody might get killed because this man is in town.
Because he's in Walmart. Just all he wanted to do was go in there and buy some kale. Like a regular person. But he can't be. So I think that's why they get to that point where, and that's why when you look at Mike, that's why he tried to wash away his identity. That's why he became and started looking like how he looked. He wanted to get rid of himself. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
First he wanted to look like what's the white actress that he loved? I forgot her name.
I can't remember her name.
He started looking like her.
Diamonds
then
Are
he
Forever.
started looking like Diana Ross and her at the same time. Then he just started looking completely like somebody from the planet Venus.
Vietnamese woman.
Yeah. That's what it is, man. They were tired. They were tired of it, man. He was tired of it. He tried to wash his identity away, man. Man, that's crazy, ain't it? You really think about that shit?
Yeah. We can't imagine it. Like, that's something that's an experience. That's got to be experienced. Again, so that's something else that we can only have compassion for. People are so quick to judge that type of thing, but you don't know what you would do in his shoes. You don't know.
And he was an individual that was put in that position from a kid.
Yeah.
And he was only doing what his big brothers did. Then all of a sudden, of course he would do it better than the big brothers because he was a little brother.
Mm-hmm.
So he's just imitating what they did as a little kid. Then all of a sudden, now your father rules with an iron hand. You can get your ass out there every night and do that same thing. Now he has no identity. So he was right. Then you wonder why he hanging out with kids at Neverland and freaking roller coasters and sleeping with them. Michael Jackson ain't touched no kid. He was trying to regain his childhood by hanging with fucking kids.
Right.
Now it was weird. You don't sleep in the bed with somebody else's kid.
Yikes.
But he was modified. He was warped out. You know what I'm saying? He was out of there.
Right. And again, like I said, this is an opportunity to exercise compassion because people are so quick to judge, but we don't understand because we're not him. And that goes for everybody. We don't know anybody else's experience, subjective experience. We see their objective experience, some of it, but we don't understand people. Judgment should be irrelevant.
And we wonder why Whitney Houston found cocaine overdose in the freaking bathroom. trying to escape the reality of all of this shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And everybody want to blame Bobby Brown. Bobby Brown was like, yo, she was getting high when I met her.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, she had more cocaine than I did.
Yikes.
You know what I'm saying? But she was this good image. Whitney Houston. You know what I'm saying? Whitney Houston was sniffing more cocaine than Scarface was at the end of the movie.
So this kind of brings us a little bit back to what we were talking about earlier. Attachment to this identity. Look at all the chaos it can cause for your true self. Her true self was in agony. His true self was in agony because it couldn't find an expression. It couldn't exist because the reality that was created for it was incompatible. That identity that it was attached to, wasn't hitting, it wasn't doing it.
And it's no different in all of them. Tupac the same way. Tupac started screaming this thug life stuff. Mm-hmm. He was the farthest thing from a thug.
Right.
Then he took on this persona. Then he got the role in Juice, and art imitated life, and life started imitating the art, and the rest is history. Now you're shot and dead, and everybody thinks you're alive still.
Hidden in Cuba.
And in Cuba some freaking where. So that's what we're trying to eliminate. We're trying to eliminate the personality, that who we thought that we always was, who everybody else think we was, who my mother thinks that I am because I'm her son. And every time she sees me, that's all she see me as her son.
Right. And likewise, as parents, we see our kids in that same image for all their lives.
The same way. And by these processes, we have to learn to separate having a fixated opinion that we're force feeding our children, so they become what we wanted. That's like I said, that's what Donald Trump exemplified in the outward. He was an example of an out of order chakra system. When you read his history, his father was the same way. He didn't come from a loving family like that. His father was too busy to show love. So they was, because what did you say? You said that the basically like the energy has to manifest in natural means. Yeah. He was the natural means, so we could see what a crazy, out of control, energetic system looks like operating through a flesh puppet.
At full power and full influence.
So you're saying he was manifested because of the chaos of the people? Their imbalance manifested him.
Oh yeah.
It was both. He was already who he was when he came in there. Mm-hmm. He's been out of control. Mm-hmm. I'm from Connecticut. I was not new. We people from up north already knew Donald Trump. They knew his. Let's not forget. Remember, he was in WWF.
Yeah, Tupac was speaking about him in an interview. So that must have been like early 90s.
He used to go to parties and with Sean Combs, and he was a New York real estate mogul who did whatever he wanted to do. Dated 17-year-old models and shit like that. He was an out of control ecosystem, because we're all nothing but we're the spirit.
I like that ecosystem.
This is just the clothes that my spirit chose to put on. So his spirit chose him as the clothes that it chose to put on, but it had no higher purpose. It didn't serve. It was for the purpose of other spirits to see the example of a out of control, egotistical chakra system.
And that's what's so beautiful about this whole ecosystem, as you put it. I love that word. I'm gonna have to start using the ecosystem. But that's what we got going on. It's not just him, right? Let's not just single him out. It's all of us. Each one of us represents a certain type of
It's 4
energy
o'clock.
trying to manifest in each other's lives. Like to me, all of y'all represent specific energies. And to you, each one of our subjective universes are built that way. That's what it means by the universe is alive as one entity. You're observing this one entity expressing itself through all these different vessels. No enemies. No they doing this to us, because there ain't no us. It's just you out here by yourself. It's hard to accept. But when you sit down and do this meditation, or if you choose to do some shrooms or some acid, you're going to see very clearly that it's just you out here. And it's scary. But it doesn't have to be once you start to learn about this experience.
Yeah. And that's the whole thing. That's what this is. So even though we're reading a book that's giving us the mind hacks, there are other things that he's not saying. We have to be the ones to pick up the subtle information, or as they call reading in between the lines.
Mm-hmm.
There's other things happening as we're reading this and stuff. Like this is not the all to the all. There's more to this here shit.
How many more books did they write?
What's the name of that movie where the dude put on the shades and then he was able to see?
They Live.
They Live. That's what we're doing. We're putting on They Live shades.
Mm-hmm.
Some of people are not gonna fucking like that shit. They're gonna be freaked out.
Yeah.
Because the first person you're gonna look at, you're gonna see your own fucking self. Like, oh shit, I'm fucked up.
Yeah. You one of the monsters in the mirror.
That's like I told you when we first started. I said, yo, man, I'm doing this shit here. This ain't doing nothing but stirring up the shit.
The cloud
I'm
just
trying
come
to
up.
clean the water out, and all I'm doing is screwing around with the bottom and this shit and leaves and moss and all kind of shit coming out.
Scary bugs and sea creatures coming up.
All kind of shit. Alligators. Shit that I thought I forgot about. I'm like, damn, I'm dreaming crazy.
That too, them dreams.
And I'm not just having a dream, I'm interacting in the fucking dream. And then I'm waking up remembering the whole dream, and then I can go back to sleep and go right back into the fucking dream.
Yes. I think it was last week I was talking about, after doing this process, I had 3 dreams in a row, 3 nights that all led into each other. What?
That's like I said, I had the whole one dream one night, and I woke up like, damn, what the fuck was that shit about? And I'm remembering, I'm going through it. Then I went to sleep, and then pretty much myself said, let me go back into this fucking dream and see what the fuck was happening, and went back into the whole same dream, man.
Beautiful.
Crystal clear, not waking up forgetting it, not saying like, oh shoot, that was some weird shit. Like, no, I'm having like creating a real world and doing stuff in it. So that's the whole type of thing. Like I said, we know that by us getting to this chapter 10, and even before this, each individual, us, should have said, you know what, I don't think that me as an individual, I'm supposed to just slide right into this thing that fucking easy. I ain't that dope.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We in the big leagues, man.
Yeah.
We didn't came from high school football and really wasn't that good at it. We was good to make the team, but you wasn't the superstar, and now you on the Dallas Cowboys. And here you are getting ready to play a whole nother team, the Eagles. And you think you got hit hard before in high school. Wait till one of these NFL niggas who've been in there 3-4 seasons hit your ass and see what that feel like.
They know how to hit just right.
How to hit just right because they want you to be knocked out on the field. That's what we're dealing. We in the big league, man.
That's a different kind of team.
Can knock our ass out.
Yeah, yeah.
That's when you go, and I started looking back. I had to take a break. I took a break the other day, and I started watching the Avengers. and then I watched the other one the next, and I just was looking at it, and then I peeped how Loki and Thor, and how Loki was this corny, dark energy, and he's insecure. You know what I'm saying? And then Thor was this alpha male, comical, but dead serious, worried about his family, and you know what I'm saying? Like you can see the whole activity of the personalities that operate within us in movies.
Yeah.
Because we have alpha traits, we have beta traits, we have a higher mind, a lower mind, darkness, light. We're fighting against the fucking. Then you get to the Incredible Hulk. Thanos tore his ass up to the point where he didn't even want to come out. And then when he comes out, he was the most humblest Hulk you ever wanted to meet.
Ever. Never seen a Hulk like that.
He had on a Mr. Rogers sweater, man.
Yikes.
Taking selfies and had a freaking beard, a little stubble on his face. He was modified. That's the whole essence of modification. We know that the true personality of the Hulk is smash. Hulk had destroyed. They had to send Hulk. I used to be a comic book reader. They had to send Hulk off the Earth because he was going to destroy the planet Earth. They had to ship him out of here. No, this dude is eating breakfast with a Mr. Rogers sweater on and taking pictures with kids. He was totally modified personality.
Yeah.
His true self was so covered. That's us. We're trying to get back to the true essence of ourself. As George said, we're trying to become one with the universe, God, whatever we want to label this energy, and then we want to come back being this energy.
Yes. Play the role. Play the role.
Play the role until it's time for us to expire and move out of this meat suit and take all my tatvas and tamas and all of that shit with me. Like, I'm out of here, y'all. I'm good.
Speaking of tatvas, the female in the beginning of this book, I saw that she's written a book that's called Chakra Shuddhi, and it's all about purification of the elements within the self. I definitely got that in my cart.
What's that book called, sorry?
Chakra Shuddhi. I think I may put a link here. I'll pull it up. But yeah, it goes even more in depth about cleansing out the elemental aspects of the self, of the soul.
And I got one, I think I showed it last week. This is one of the students of the other guy who wrote the book Kundalini, Shakti, and he has a book called Chakra Shuddhi.
Oh, shit.
And as you can see, that's him. He's the author he's on the right. And then this is the other guy who wrote the Kundalini Yoga book that I showed. There's him right there. And there's our homeboy right here. Dharana Darshan book. They all come from the same lineage of teachers.
Yeah, same squad.
And the author of Dharana Darshan. Huh?
Same squad.
Same squad. Gang, gang. And actually, his name is Swami Satyananda Saraswati, is the one who wrote Dharana Darshan. He gives the introduction to this book, Chakra Shuddhi. And it's only 87 pages.
Okay.
And it's called the Tantric Practice of Inner Purification.
Okay, so it has here on Amazon that's written by, by Swami Satyasangananda Saraswati.
Yeah.
And this one, Hmm. Interesting.
It's confusing. It's all Swami and Sarasvati though.
What it is, you gotta. I think their names mean something, and they come from what's called the Bihar School of Yoga. And as we know, Amar, that's where he said he comes from Bihar, India, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's where this actual school, a lineage that these guys are coming from.
Swami means teacher.
Swami, yeah.
Greetings,
Well, actually,
Christian.
it's not 80-some pages. That's just my iPad. It's like 100.
44. 144. What's up, Kristen?
Hey.
Hey,
What was that word I couldn't think of? It was bhava. Bhava means intense inner attitude. I didn't know what that word bhava had meant earlier when I was reading, but bhava means inner intense attitude.
It's got to be intense.
And that was correlating that with the modifications when I was reading Sir Woodruff's book. So we've developed these intense attitudes, which become our emotional activity outwardly displayed based off of something that triggers us.
Jeez Louise. I'd love to get and read all these books, but I'm gonna be real, man. This ain't enough time in the day to meditate and get and read these books
And read the book.
on top of the rest of them, and play Xbox, and flirt with girls.
And eat and wash and go to the bathroom. You can't fit everything all in.
Yeah, yeah.
you just go live in a cave somewhere.
Something got to give. You have to give something up.
Yeah. Is it you just said her name, Trav. Kristen says iPhone.
Kristen.
Kristen, you the one who does the Vedic charts.
Yes, sir.
I might have to ask your assistance to help me understand my Vedic chart.
Yeah.
I had it. I don't even. I mean, there's stuff on here that I have. No, first of all, it has this thing called Avkahada chakra. And then it goes down. There's a whole bunch of stuff that I have no clue what's going on here.
Yeah, if you could send me screenshots to my messenger and I could take a look. Because depending on where you got your Vedic chart, it could be a different form of sidereal Vedic astrology. It might not be Jyotish. It might be something else. So just send me a screenshots of what you got to my messenger.
You want to put it in the chat, and then I'll connect with you on Facebook and stuff. Because I actually did this part on that Astro Sage. Like I said, I have it. It's beautiful.
Oh yeah, that's a different one. You want to go to indastro.com instead of Astro Sage.
Indastro.
Is this is astrology?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Vedic astrology.
Vedic is how is that? It's different to the West.
This thing is so freaking
Yes.
complicated.
It's the original astrology.
Uh-oh.
If you a Star Lord, a Star Potter, Rising Lord, all of it.
Oh yeah,
It's all
those are different
it's-
charts and stuff, and that's the lords are the planets that rule the nakshatras or the. But
See?
.com, it's a much more cohesive and understanding site that's free. So it's one that I like to help people use and then connect with them and do their charts off of it.
because you know that this thing gives you all kind of like I'm talking about George. These charts, man.
Yeah.
it gives you
They're all
it
divisional
gives you
charts.
years of information, like when you were born and the
Yeah.
7th period and the 18th.
Yeah, that's yep.
It's
Those are your
crazy.
dashas, and that's what that is a dasha, which means a certain planet ruled your life for a certain amount of years, and
Yeah.
so whatever planet or whatever house that planet's in, that's going to be really activated for those years. You're going to be having transformations in those planet and those houses, and then yeah, that's dasha. And so you have your main planet, and then there's like a mahadasha, antardasha. So there's 3. So you can have Rahu, Jupiter, Saturn, or Mercury, Venus, Jupiter, which that would be a really good one. Stuff like that. So you will notice if you look on, where your timelines change, that you had a sudden shift and you didn't know where it came from. Well, if you look on your chart, it'll tell you right where it came from. You literally became a different person. It's almost like a new life.
Yeah.
Every time you have a new dasha. It's amazing. Yeah, and then there's divisional charts for the whole. There's divisional charts so for each planet and each house. So it breaks down even deeper, where you can find out about your children, your grandchildren, your parents, their parents. I mean, if you're going to be sick, what kind of bad luck?
Yeah, they got different symbols. Like it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, this is something that I don't understand what the heck's going on with this here thing right here. I mean,
yeah, it's a lot of information.
It got like stuff that looks like this on there, and I don't know.
Oh yeah, that's the diamond chart. That's your Lagna chart. But you will have divisional charts. So that's much easier once I explain it to you. Easier to read than that damn wheel for the Western. It makes so much sense.
I don't know if I was supposed to play.
Pardon?
Yeah, so that thing, I didn't know whether to play chess on that board or
right.
play checkers on that thing.
Yeah, it's a really awesome system. And it seems complicated when you're looking at it and you don't know yet, but once you get like some basics down, things just start falling into place. You're like, oh, this makes sense, and it becomes easier and easier. That chart for me is much easier than the Western circle charts. Those charts look like a mess to me. Those circle charts.
It changes your sun sign too. Like through the Western, I was a Sagittarius, but through this, I'm a Scorpio.
Yeah, and that's because true placements are actually 24 degrees different than tropical. It's 24 degrees back. Tropical is an ecliptic astrology, from the ecliptic. But this right here is, if you go outside and look up in the sky, that's exactly what you're going to see. And that's what sidereal is. What's actually up in the sky. Not what tropical is off. Well, I don't want to say off. It's separated by 24 degrees. But what I would say is that tropical is more sun focused. So it's the perspective of the sun. The sun's perspective on you. And Western is very sun dominant. Eastern is very moon dominant. Sun and moon, that just makes sense, right? But what's most important is your ascendant out of both. So when people say I'm a this, I'm a that, that's secondary. What you really are is your ascendant first and foremost. That is the most important.
And that made my ascendant Libra.
Yeah. So that's really who you are at your core. You're a Libra. You know what I'm saying?
What does
nakshatra? So nakshatra is the lunar mansion within each zodiac. These are degrees that split up all the zodiacs, and this is what actually tells you who you are, what you're going to look like, what you like, and your mythology that you will play out in life. That's why 2 Geminis can be very different, and 2 Geminis can be identical and act in the same way. And this is because of the nakshatra.
That's some heavy stuff right there. So the ascendant, so your ascendant on the chart is more important than your sun sign.
Yep. So it goes ascendant, then moon, then sun.
Wow.
Yeah, because the sun is the ego. The sun is a facade, kind of, not necessarily a facade in all ways, but it's the ego that
Going back
It's
to that.
what I'm saying? It's that thing that you push out, but that's not really you.
That's our
That's
mask. That's
yes,
the first
it's the mask.
that goes
But
back
you
to
can also have attributes of your sun sign that are genuine, but they're the core of who you really are in your life path is your rising, and then your mental state is your moon. So, and then the facade or the ego is the sun.
Moon. So
Say it
Gemini
again?
moon and
Yeah.
Libra ascendant.
Yes. So that
So what does the word Swati mean?
Swati is the nakshatra.
SWATI.
Swati is the nakshatra, and that's you're a Libra ascendant Swati, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
so am I. So the Swati is a Rahu dominance. So, and that being in your ascendant, which means you have a Rahu dominance in your chart. So Swati is let me tell you some people that are Swati. Kim Kardashian, Kylie Jenner, Kris Jenner. Ironically, they're all Swati. What's his name? James Franco, Beyonce, Lady Gaga, Shakira. So these people are ruled by Rahu, and Rahu brings extreme fame or extreme recognition in the fields that we are in. But Rahu, if you're not careful and you don't honor your Ketu, which is the other half of Rahu, can take you from being famous to infamy very quick. So these people are usually very beautiful people, have a very balanced face because it's Libra. Swati are usually very pretty people or good-looking people with magnetic, open, wide eyes, high cheekbones, and then the nose usually has this point or down turn to it, kind of like a Joker nose, almost, kind of like a pointy. If you look at the faces I'm talking about, you'll notice the nose is prominent in some way, and you can, after a while, you'll be able to tell who's Rahu, dominant, who's Mars dominant, and then you'll even break it down to which nakshatra they are by the way they walk, talk, and dress.
Just that little bit right there, you just broke down some heavy gems right there. So the Star Lord. So my Star Lord is Rahu.
For your your nakshatra lord for Swati is Rahu. So that's Venus and Rahu together, Libra and Venus. So then what you would do is you would look into what Venus and Rahu brings in your ascendant in the house of one.
It says the ascendant lord is Venus.
Yep, Venus. Yep.
And then you hit that right on it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's
it's okay. It says it right here. It does say nakshatra lord.
Yes.
I never even heard that online before.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. Once things start to make sense, it's like all these bells go off, and it's like, oh my God, and it becomes easier and easier to read, and you become addicted because it gets deep and deep and detailed, and you get so much clarification on your life and things that make sense now. I did tropical too, but something different happened to me when I started doing Vedic. When I was pulled to Vedic, when I started doing my Bij mantra, my K2 Bij mantra, I was like catapulted to do Vedic and became obsessed with it. And now it's just like something I literally read about and listen to videos and watch videos daily because I'm constantly having questions about it, and it's never ending.
So, but being that we're undertaking this particular study, it's important that we should have our Vedic chart.
Yes, it's imperative. I'm going to be honest. I think anyone in occult studies should have their Vedic chart. It's imperative because if you just have your tropical, you're missing a whole part of the puzzle. Tropical could be is like one side, and then your Vedic is the other, and they both are valid. But when you connect the two, and that's what I do, is I connect the two, and I even use Vedic science with tropical placements, and it gives you such a deep read and the knowledge of who you are, because there could be times where you're more relatable with your tropical, and then others where you're more related with your Vedic, and that's based on your degrees and what's happening and what's moving in your chart at that moment.
That's heavy, man. That is
Yeah.
serious. I thank you for that. That is some heavy, heavy information. That's why we go through so much crap in our life, because we don't even know who we are. We don't
Indeed.
even know how we operate.
Hey,
This is
Kristen.
what I say: knowledge of self is power. Like when you know the self, this complete knowledge of the self, you know everything because you are everything.
This
It's
is
like,
the
yeah,
I got turned down from going to this. I went to this because, like I said, my uncle again. They're using this. They're using the sidereal astrology in the Asar Aset. They're not using Western astrology.
right.
So they're utilizing the sidereal astrology to tell them what particular clan, whether you belong to the Tahuti clan or particular Hecat or whatever. They're actually utilizing this information to put them in touch with their, I guess, their lords and stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, everybody plays out their mythology, and people have mythology that rules dominant over their chart. Like I don't know if you heard this about last time I talked about Jeffrey Epstein. It's fascinating because what ruled over his chart strongly was Persephone's mythology, and Persephone was stolen from her mother, taken to the underworld, and imprisoned as a sex slave. So he played that out strongly. And it's just
Wait. You got the pause on what you just. So you saying through this chart, you can narrow in on everyone's particular mythology.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and you have many that your moon, rising, and sun are your main three mythologies, but then you have the rest on all 10 planets. And then they connect and conjoin and they mold into this reality of who you are, and you map it out and you play it out. That's why Rohini and Migashira, you often find, because the father wanted to be with the daughter and laid chase to her, so you find often women that have these nakshatras are either sexually abused, raped, or get unwanted advances a lot. They play out the mythology. It's in your mythology.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kristen, do you do readings on this?
Yes, I do. Yes.
Yeah, I'd love a reading.
Yeah, PM me. Send me a PM on my Facebook. It's my name, Kristen Chambers, Krysten Chambers. Send a friend request and PM me, or whichever, just PM me, whatever you feel like doing, and then we can talk about it. Okay.
Perfect.
I'm more blown away than ever now.
Yeah, it's amazing information. It becomes addicting because it makes sense to everything that's happened in your life. It opens the door like, oh, okay, so that's why that happened. That's why this has happened. And maybe it wasn't, I don't want to say things are out of our control because they're not. But when you are not paying attention and you're on autopilot and you don't have a map, you are being governed by the things above because you're by automatic autopilot, because you're not paying attention. You're not in the now. But once you're in the now and you see something maybe coming ahead that's not great, you can maneuver around it. Like, for example, Robert Englund. Robert Englund and what's the guy's name? Lane Staley from Alice in Chains, the guy from Kurt Cobain. They all have Ardra, which is another Rahu. They have harsh Rahu aspects and Ardra. And Ardra is like the terror, the storm, the nightmare. And ironically, nightmare. Freddy Krueger, the nightmare. You know what I mean? What he did by avoiding living out the possible toxicity of an Ardra moon is he lived it out in a character. So it came out in his art. And so that it did not live out in his life.
You gotta pause again. Wait a minute. Ardra's my moon in Gemini, the nakshatra says Ardra.
Ardra. Okay, so Ardra is the storm that brings the tears. This can be someone that even likes to throw dishes when they're pissed off. This is the person that can work up temper, or who can, people can say they're like a tornado when they're younger and say you just mess everything up, or they can feel misunderstood, they can feel destructive, um, they can feel aggression, but creativity. There can be an overabundance of distress. If it's an unchanneled Rahu, see Rahu, if they were to use drugs and alcohol, it would affect them very badly. And when they do this, it can lead to death. So this Ardra people or Rahu people that use drugs and don't stop, you know, and they let it take over, end up suicides or end up death or dying from it. But there are, depending on your other aspects, an Ardra can bring you through a harsh period in life and make you strong like a tough ass to get through it, where you come out on top. Because depending on, let's say you have Moon with Rahu. Moon with Rahu means it's an eclipse. So it means it will only happen for a certain amount of time. So about your 20 to 32 years of age, you'll go through some shit. But all of a sudden, you know, it stops because eclipses don't last. So now all that shit you learned through your Ardra Moon is going to be beneficial to you from this point on. It's made you strong. So just saying Ardra is going to be this and this, it's more detailed than that. So it depends on other things. But if you were to know ahead of time, damn, I got this harsh alignment, how do I make it not so prevalent in my living life? Put it in your art, write about it, draw about it, paint it. And
I'm totally blown away.
Yeah. It's amazing stuff. Like the people that made the movies, or even the books and the movies, like Alice in Wonderland, Willy Wonka, Wizard of Oz, Coraline, Pan's Labyrinth. You know, they all have similar connotations. There's a portal where they get taken down a hole or down a tornado, or they fall. They grow big or small. There's food, and it's like artwork and poison, stuff like that. This is all a Rohini mind, a Rohini native. So that's Tim Burton. That's why Tim Burton and Johnny Depp work together all the time. They're both Rohini. They love each other's company. There's a dark cuteness to their world. It's whimsical, but also a little dark, a little twisted. So, yeah. You can always tell when someone is a Rohini in their artwork. You're like, oh yeah, that's a Rohini native.
That just went real deep, real quick.
Yeah. Pretty cool.
I had no understanding of none of that stuff. Like I said, I got it. I'm looking at it, and you know, it gives you a breakdown of some stuff, but all of this other things, you know, with the Chiron and Star-Lord and Star-Pada, you know, I don't know what, I didn't know what,
Yeah.
None of that. So you're saying, because it got planetary positions, of course it shows from the ascendant all the way down, the sign, the latitude, and the nakshatra. You're saying the nakshatra is what's really important.
Yes. That is the bread and butter of all astrology, is the nakshatra. Your pada, the pada now that just breaks down your nakshatra a little more, so you know if you're tilting into the next sign or something. But I mean, pada's not as I mean, pada's there and everything, and yeah, it gives you a little more detail. But it's the nakshatra is a nakshatra. You're going to have those attributes because it's broken down within the degrees.
Wow.
So, what? Oh, I'm sorry. So, like, that's why people say, I know I'm a Libra, but I feel so much, I relate with Scorpio. That's because of where you're at. That's because you're at the cusp. And that's, you know, the nakshatra you're at is Swati. So that's why you're on that teeter between the two.
Whew. Okay, I'm full.
Yeah.
That right there was a full plate right there. That's So you're saying that I need to look up or I need to contact you so you can explain what these nakshatras are.
Well, you can do that if you want, or you could definitely look it up. So there's 27 nakshatras total, and you can either, if you want to know them all, you can look them up in their connotations or write them down and get familiar with them. Look up videos. But of course, you want to know yours, your specific ones, because they mean something to you first and foremost, and you get to know them the best. And then you move on from there. So
I'm saying that the ones that I'm looking at are these my particular. Here, I just put see the ones.
Yep, those are yours.
So that is okay. So
That's
I need
your whole.
Yep. So I need to understand what exactly is going on here.
Yeah. Yes. So, and then the other thing is what house are they happening in? And then that house, what lord is that house? So if the house is Taurus, that means the lord of that house is Venus. So then you add Venus again. So it all breaks down to all the planets messing with each other and conjuncting, opposing, and squaring. If you just keep breaking it down. But then the nakshatras give you the mythology.
Man.
Which the nakshatra just means lunar mansion or constellation.
That's some heavy shit. So now I'm okay. So I just now scroll through. It says nakshatra fall, Phal.
Phal.
Yeah, I don't know what that means, but it says your nakshatra Ardra.
Yeah.
Then it says your nakshatra Pada 2.
Wait. Pada. Yeah, that means you're the second Pada of Ardra. So you're in the second half of Ardra. They usually have 3 to 4 Padas. So you're in the second part of Ardra.
And that and that's pretty. That's. I don't even know what to say. I just don't know what to say.
You know, Kristen, no one's really had this effect on me before. Whenever I hear your voice, I have to pull this book out just to be prepared.
Oh, that's awesome.
So you have a book, Trav, that explains all of this?
It does its best for me.
Wow.
Okay, so now, go ahead.
Now I understand why they put this. Okay, so now it says you're ascendant.
Mm-hmm.
So you said the ascendant was the most important.
Yes. Yep.
So
that is your life path. This is what you came in to do in this life. This is
okay. I got it. That's what. See, I didn't understand how this was flowing.
Okay. So let me ask you a question. Are you Scorpio rising in tropical? I think you. Yeah, I think you have to be because you're in Swati. Because I'm Scorpio rising in tropical. So another thing about Scorpio rising is, even though it's in tropicals, and it's still going to be relevant because that means you are here living out a karmic life to learn fast. You are here because of moksha, which means enlightenment, spiritual enlightenment. The people that are Scorpio rising.
Hold your thought. I'm gonna tell you something. Yeah. When I was around 12 years old, me and my homeboy, we wanted to make names for ourselves, right? Uh-huh. So I made it. So we just didn't make names. We took letters and made acronyms into names. So my name that everybody calls me to this day, since I was around 12, is Dose, D-O-S-E, which I made it mean derived of spiritual enlightenment.
See?
That's the name that I chose when I was like 12 years old, man.
Living out your mythology to the T. Wow. The Scorpio risings, they go through the hardest lives. They go through it like no others.
I've been through the shit.
Yeah. They are strong, though. They are the ones that can handle it. An Aries Bharani moon, if they went through what the Scorpios do, they tend to suicide out. They tend to escape through drugs and suicide. But the Scorpio rising people they go through it because this is what they wanted. You learn through pain quickest. So, and usually it's through early on in life up until middle age when things start to change. So you go through some trials and tribulations and transformations, near death experiences. Dark things.
I've been shot 2 times.
There you go. Yeah. Well, and then you got Mars there. Mars is sharp tools and sharp knives, sharp any kind of sharp objects. I was stabbed. So, and you were shot. That's typical.
I've always loved knives. I'm going to share another secret.
Yeah.
I'm going to show you something.
Uh-huh.
I've always loved knives.
See? Yeah. So you probably also have a Mars dominance. Well, a Scorpio is Mars dominance. So I wonder if you have anything in your 8th house. Can I see your chart again?
Let me zoom it in. You need to just look at that planet position thing.
I want to see the stars, the diamond chart.
Oh.
It says it's the Lagna chart. It says Lagna.
Okay, yeah. See, I didn't know what that was.
Yeah, Lagna means your rising, your birth chart. Yeah, what is that? Okay, let me try to see. Hold on. You do have something in there. I can't see what it is. I think it's Saturn. Is that the number 2? What is that? Number 2 down there.
I think it says SA. That must be Saturn.
Yeah, that's Saturn. Yeah, so you have Saturn in your 8th house. So that's an 8th house alignment. So anything that what's in your 6th? I want to see what's in your 6th.
So 2. Okay, you had 2, but you said 8th house.
Well, the reason it says 2 is because that is Taurus. Your 8th house is Taurus, just like mine. We have the same chart, same Lagna chart. So you've got Saturn in Taurus. So that's Venus and Saturn in your 8th house. So a love of things dark, a love of sharp knives, sharp tools, sharp pencils, needle threads, a love of weapons, possible martial arts or fighting styles, stuff like that. Now Saturn will restrict things to a point. So it's not going to be as extreme as, say, mine, which has the damn Mars in there. I have Mars in the 8th and my sun. So it's going to be like...
So which one is the 8th house?
The one that says 2. That's your number. That's your 8th house. The reason it says 2 is because Taurus is the second sign. So if you go backwards, the top diamond is your 1st house, the very top, and then you go to the left, and where the triangles looks like a V, that's your 2nd house, and then your 3rd, 4th, 5th, and you keep going around. And if you were to go outside and face the east, this chart is what it would look like in the sky.
To the east, backwards.
Yes, it's always to the east.
To the east.
When you're born, whatever's rising on the horizon, that's your ascendant. That is who you are ascendant-wise. So whatever's coming up over the horizon when you were born is your ascendant.
Libra.
Yes. Yep, Libra.
Capricorn for me.
Yeah.
Man, this is unbelievable.
And every 2 hours that changes. Sorry, go ahead.
Crap, did this blow your mind too? This here stuff?
Hell yeah. I'm not even gonna try to claim I'm wrapped around this. I'm letting her be the expert here. And
she is breaking this all the way down.
Yeah. I fully intend to absorb everything. So I'm just listening.
Yeah, but I myself, like I said, I'm still learning too. Every day I research and I write down more information so I can give it to other people, try to fully understand it. And as you go on, more things just make sense. And that's how it is with anything. In a year from now, I want to be like, damn, I was so dumb last year.
Yeah.
Okay, I just now counted how you told me to count. So
yeah.
Okay. So the 1st house
is that top diamond.
Yeah, so that must be Mars and Venus, M-A and V-E.
Yes, that is. Yep, and your ascendant. And so that's good. You got Venus in your Libra, and the Lord of Libra is Venus, so that's good. Now Mars there, I'm gonna tell you something. Mars with Venus, and you got a Mars with double Venus here, can bring domestic violence. It could bring like struggles in love, in love with the partner, where there's like a tug of war, maybe even competitive feel at times. But this usually brings a period where physical things take place. Doesn't even mean that you're doing it. It could mean that it's happening to you as well.
Horrible.
Yeah, that. Yeah, my sister has a really harsh Mars and Venus alignment, and I mean that is her relationship to a T. The thing is, there are moments where they're great. The thing is, it's real strong passion and heat, tons of passion, tons of heat. Which, after the sex is done, you guys might get irritated with each other because someone says something wrong, or just smart mouth, and just pushing buttons that brings out the passion that is not just physical in sex, but physical in hitting.
You are
or
hitting it.
Harsh words.
This chart has you. I'm done. I don't think I need to ask any more questions. It's too much being revealed.
Okay.
Jeez. Not that I'm in domestic violence. I'm just saying.
No. I know what you meant. No. And like I said, it doesn't. The things that play out in our chart, like I said, it can play out in a plethora of ways. I'd have to dig deeper. It could be them hitting you, the females beating you, or being abusive to you, or being toxic to you. It usually is that when it's in our chart. It's the other people are toxic.
You're very important. This is what we're missing in life. We're missing the sage who could read our charts. This is what we're missing. Goodness gracious, man.
I try to, when I see personal things on someone's chart, personal, I try to say, okay, let's talk about it in the PM. Because sometimes it can bring out some stuff emotionally that people don't want me to know. So I teeter around that sometimes. It makes me feel nervous because I don't know if I should say it. Especially when I read a poem, I could see it. And it's like, should I say this? Ooh. So I usually say, I'm seeing something a little personal. Do you want to hear it? Stuff like that. But I always don't worry. I will always be private about that, and we'll talk about it in the PM.
So this is where a lot of our samskaras and vrittis come from. This is it right here. These are the things that we need to know. So when we go into these higher meditations that we're doing, and we wonder why we start feeling some kind of way, mm-hmm. it's a part of our inner nature, or as I was earlier, the goetic energy within ourselves coming out.
And that's true. And I was saying before that, I've gained an understanding for people that are not looked well upon in society, like murderers and stuff like that. It's all in their chart. And it was a compulsion because it's in their chart to play that mythology out. And they didn't know that they can do it in their art and maybe not have to do it in their life. Man, they didn't know the information.
It's the mythology. I like how you're really hitting that on the fucking head with that. Okay, I'm done. I want so much more. I want to hear so much more, but I don't want this to turn, this to turn into me just asking a freaking chart right now. But I'm talking about this because I did not know what this square was. I didn't know what Lagna. I didn't know. I didn't Google it. I definitely did not know that that's how you count the houses.
Yeah.
And I just counted them, and that's unbelievable, man. So what do I need to do so I can understand what's in my second house and my third house and stuff like that?
So you could hit me up if you want, and we can go further about it, where you would go, where you would look. But you could, usually you could pay someone online to read your Vedic chart. But I want to say that you want to know what this shit means. So you might pay someone and they're not going to break it down in detail with you they won't talk with you longer than 70 minutes tops. And you're going to get charged 300 for that. So, and they're not going to break down to you why it is or nothing like that. I'm just going to tell you this is what it is. So I think it's important to at least know your chart, know what things mean in a little bit kind of way when you're going into this, so that you really have a good understanding. Because I've done people's charts and I told them that they need to have a better understanding, and they're like, no, I want you to just read it for me. I want you to read it. So I do their charts, and a year later they come back and say, oh, I know what this means now from your page. I was like, yeah, see, once you really have an understanding of the chart, you can really grasp what an astrologer is telling you, and then you will also learn and add to it.
So how do I connect? What's your Facebook page and stuff? Like how do you communicate?
Kristen Chambers, KRYSTEN Chambers.
Hold on 1 second. A call came in at the same time.
No problem. No, don't. Yes, it can. It's acrylic paint. It can be fixed. Acrylic paint's easily fixed. You can put gesso right over top of that. I got gesso. White gesso. But what are you trying to do? The trees?
Jack.
Oh, that's because you need a... I'll help you when I'm done here, okay, honey? Sorry about that.
Oh my goodness. Rahu and Scorpio, toxic actions.
Oh my God, yes. Remember what I said about anyone that has a Rahu moon in Aquarius or Scorpio? Woo. Oh man, you got to be careful. That's like Charles Manson and David Berkowitz, stuff like that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Makes me wonder just how much control do we really have over who we are and what we do?
That's what I'm saying.
You know? A lot of people are on autopilot.
Control it. I mean, if you're writing on autopilot, you don't have any control over what happens. You don't, because you're on autopilot. You're so susceptible to what's coming in. You're just you know what I mean? So, but when you know about it, first of all, when you learn about it, it changes things. It changes the timelines, changes the frequency, and depending on how high or low you are in your own frequency is the level of what you're going to experience. And then if you know this kind of stuff, you say, okay, I don't want this to happen. I'm going to draw a picture that represents this, or I'm going to write about this kind of energy instead. So it's not playing out in my damn life. However, art copies life easily too. Like I talk about Patrick Swayze playing in the Ghost movie and him dying early. You play out your mythology in your art, but sometimes the art like manifests things into your life. So it's got to be done in a safe and smart way.
Yes.
I'm gonna get ready to go. You say, what did you say, Kristen
Chambers?
Okay,
KRYSTEN.
This is important, man.
Yeah, it is. It really is.
This is blowing my mind. This makes so much. Kristen Chambers, and it says Chris under it.
Oh, I don't think so. Is it KRY?
Oh no, I definitely spelled it wrong.
Hey, if you, I'll go ahead and copy her page and send it to you in Messenger, Django.
Thank you.
Okay.
Probably should have done that first.
This is really important right here. I think that this will put me. This is what I think I've been searching for this for a long time.
That's what I said. That's what I said.
It really is. When I found it, I went, damn, this is opening the door to everything that I needed to know.
And I had this chart since I did this April 26th of this year. and I did it. I like looked through it, and I looked at all of these boxes and all of this here stuff, and I was like, I don't know what the heck's going on with this, and I just like I have it saved on my iPad. I just left it alone. But you just now opened up a whole
Hey,
new world
because it's
with
time
this
now.
shit right here.
Because look at what we're
And there's
studying.
still stuff that I don't understand because yeah,
It's time now. Look at what
you're
we're
absolutely
studying.
right.
We're studying that Vedic knowledge. So it literally, this is like, you know, you got the
It all ties
logical,
in.
you got the logical and the abstract. Well, we got the meditative practice and the astrological practice. Like, I keenly believe that this shit right here is supposed to come together like yin yang.
Well, and
That's
not
what-
just
that's-
that, there's also Ayurvedic medicine and biology that all connects to the astrology, all of it. That's what led me to it because I was in health and nutrition, and I did Ayurvedic science and medicine, and that's what led me to this. Start venturing this way more, and that's what opened this whole thing up. It's all connected, all of it. Everything in nature is all connected. I mean, we know this. So every science in every aspect is literally another representation of the same science, just reimagined.
That's some serious stuff right there. You're important at this particular time right here because this is definitely needed. I actually found our send a friend request, and
Okay.
I definitely you gotta at least please help me understand this. Well, not just this, but myself a little bit more. But this is me. So,
Yeah.
like I said, I've been searching, and I mean, we get the Western chart, our natal charts. It's deep, and it makes you feel, you see it. But I knew there was always more to it. When I
Yeah.
did this here really resonated. Like, wait a minute, this here is some deeper, serious.
Yeah, because it breaks it down, the mythology. You could do this with tropical. Now that I've been researching and finding there are people that learned Vedic who went and changed and like started applying Vedic science to tropical, because that's what I started doing to also get a deeper read. So you can do that. The thing is they're so sun based and natal chart only based that you're cutting off the rest of the planets. That's the thing. That's with the Vedic. Everything is, you hear all of their perspectives, not just the sun, because we're not just the sun.
Golly, I gotta get ready to roll, but man, I really appreciate that. This was definitely needed. It fits right into everything else. This is I don't even know what to say. All I can do is say thank, man. I said thank you for that because this here is it's all coming together with doing these particular meditation and the Chakra Shuddhi. Why wouldn't you want to know your Vedic chart information along with trying to clear and open your chakras?
Exactly.
It's the same thing.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Trav, man, I really appreciate you, brother. You listened to what was spiritually being given to you, and you followed your mind and your heart, man, and it's putting everything into place. Like I said, I've been searching for this for a long time, and now it's all coming together. So instead of going, because a lot of times we take a long way to get somewhere when we just needed to go another road.
Yeah.
I was reading too much other stuff to get to this.
Right. Me too.
You know what I'm saying? So I definitely appreciate the fact that that we made that connection, man, and I'm thankful. You know what I mean? So I want to just say, everybody have enjoy the rest of your evening and your week, and definitely everybody needs to be hitting you up, Christian, because you on to something.
Mm-hmm.
You on this. So I'm gonna say, all I can do is say, that's all. I'm blown away. That's all I can say.
I'm glad that it helped a bit.
Ifadayo, be easy, brother, and the cat, and everybody in the Facebook chat. Y'all enjoy your evening and enjoy your week.
Take care.
I was gonna say hi to you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I was just as blown away as you are with
It's 5 o'clock.
with Christian's astrology input, and during this week I looked into a lot of stuff that she mentioned, and it was as clear as day. So
Yeah, man. So
there's no two ways.
I'm full. It's like I can't even take it anymore. So, well, you be peace, man. Peace out, everybody.
All right, take care.
Take
Yes,
care.
sir. All right, thank you.
Be perfect.
Bye. Hey, Kristen.
Hey, how are you?
I'm very good, thanks, and you?
I'm good.
So, I just wanted to say, this week I really didn't get to practice much of the meditation with Dharana Darshan, but I really learned a lot because, you know, after reading the chapter, it really gave a lot of meaning to so many things that we take for granted, you know, like how we breathe and the importance of things we can't even put into count, things we can't quantify.
Yeah.
So it gave me a very good perspective. Let's just say, even if you're not practicing the sitting correctly, but with the encouragement of Django today, I definitely am, because given his own physical structure and being able to practice that, I don't have any of those issues, so I have no excuse not to. So I'm definitely in this new week going to put that into effect, and then we'll see how it goes. We'll talk about that maybe on Thursday or something. But Christian, wow. I went into those net chakras. Oh
Yes.
my God. I had my whole life in front of me. Everything, like when since I was a kid and everything, I was just like, oh my God. And even like how things are gonna play out.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, it's like you said, it's the map for you to know how to conduct your life. In a way, it brought me to the conclusion of, remember when Joseph was in Egypt and the Pharaoh had a dream about there were going to be 7 years of famine and 7 years of riches, you know? So in a way, the way I saw it was like, when you know that, you know how to plan ahead. So even during the tough times, you don't get your pennies in the bunch. Wow, it was crazy because you have the chart, you know?
Yes.
And it is a very, very interesting one. Like, when I looked into it, very interesting. And I was just like, wow. But at the end of the day, I'm like, you know, you're going to have the cake, but it's not going to come just like that.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, oh, shit. So now I know the things that I have to forfeit. I don't know them completely. I just did my own search on my own, you know, just out of curiosity. Like you said, you're also learning every day, but definitely I'm still going to have to come on one-on-one with you, either via chat or maybe we'll do a phone call on FB and then you talk. And even if we can set up like a payment plan or something, I'll let you know.
Yeah.
All right. So I thank you so much for your help. In fact, just for introducing us to this.
Yes, absolutely. It's my pleasure to do that. This is why I do it, because I love to help people understand themselves.
Mm.
Everyone gets along together.
Yeah. Trav, I have an idea that I want to talk with you about later, maybe, if you're free.
Okay.
It just came to mind.
If you want to talk about it after this, or you mean one-on-one, right?
Yeah, one-on-one.
Cool.
Cool.
So I have a feeling that a lot of people are excited by this and will continue getting excited and are probably going to want readings from you. So
Yeah.
Should probably think of a way of facilitating the
That's
flow
why
here.
I was thinking about this is what I was talking about. What I want to talk to you about. I had an idea actually.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Something I think would be good for us. For all of us. It'd be easier and helpful and something like that. I'm calling Outback at 5:30. Oh no, you guys are getting pizza, right? That's right. Sorry about that.
Yeah, because I'm definitely I see that this has become a part of this current curriculum. So
Yeah.
you're the only person that I know that knows this stuff, that isn't learning it, that you're steps ahead, and it helps to have somebody steps ahead. So
yes. Yeah. And I don't know if it's because of, I don't know, I've always been able to absorb information like a sponge and then just like lay it out for people in a more understandable way, like a more colorful, artistic, like parable or something, even metaphor sometimes. I don't know. It just seems to work. I've always been able to do that. So
that's what Jim and I excel at, right?
Yes. And be able to suck it all in and then spit it all out in a creative way so people understand it easier. I had people say, why do you talk to me like I'm a kid? I'm like, I'm not trying to. This is how I explain shit.
Yeah. That's the best way to explain it.
That's what I think. Simplistic.
Right.
Just makes sense to me.
Somebody gets offended by that, then, that's some insecurity talking there.
I'm not a kid anymore.
Yeah. Who's left on here? We got Kate. Everyone's so quiet today.
Yeah. It's about wrap-up time, so that's probably why.
I see. Cool.
But yeah, for everyone in the chat who's asking, Kristen's not going anywhere. We're definitely going to be able to see her more.
Yeah.
So don't fret.
Absolutely.
Don't fret. Don't worry. You got plenty of time.
A new chapter is coming. A new chapter. I didn't tell you this. So with the new moon, the tropical new moon in Scorpio, because it's technically in Libra for Vedic, but Scorpio, it's about transformative relationships that are powerful and transformative and bring success and new partnerships. I'm like, that's funny. And it being in Scorpio deals with the occult and like astrology and stuff. So
secrets.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's also supposed to be surrounding like internet pursuits and the public and connecting with people in the public. So I'm like, God, this is crazy. I mean, I know it's not crazy because I read this stuff every day, but it still blows my mind when it's so on point. I'm like, it's just nuts.
That explains my new business idea I got today. It just happened before this meeting, so that's probably all
funny.
Coinciding with this new moon.
For sure. The full moon and new moon, their energies throw out for 30 days. So
that's
so you're going to get, yeah. And you're going to get all that influence for a whole 30 days, around 30.
Yeah, that would explain what it means to be in so-and-so sign, because that's the new moon and the full moon's energy reflecting it off.
Yep. And then there's the, I don't know if I've talked to you about this part yet, lunar gardening, because I do also gardening and growing, and I use astrology for that. And what you do is you follow the moon cycles. And when they're in earth or water signs are the fertile times when you do, earth and we want it to be earth and water, and it needs to be during a, you don't want it to be during a new moon when there's no energy. You want it to be, let's say if it is going towards, the waxing where the moon is pulling, you want to do things like let things grow tall, above ground foliage and stuff. So you work on your foliage. But if you want to cut the grass, you want it to be when it's waning, and you want to do that, say, on a fire day. Unless you're cutting it to make it grow a certain way, then you want to do it like on a watering day. But water and fire are your fertile days. You never want to plant anything on a fire or an air day because they won't grow. They won't grow well at all. So yeah, it breaks down into every aspect of almost everything you can think of. That even works with your hair.
Right. I was
So
gonna
there's
say
certain
that.
days you would cut your hair to make it grow, or to make it stop growing, or to make it thick. All of that.
Yeah. I was gonna say that the gardening aspect, the things that you just said, they also apply to the hair. And like I said before, you'll see this same stuff in the Farmer's Almanac, which now I'm pretty convinced that's probably where they get their predictions from.
Oh yeah.
As opposed to classical astrology.
Indeed. And now see, there's the Western. See, I was using the Western lunar gardening, but when I switched to Vedic alignments and applied that science, it was much more powerful. In a minute. Yeah. So it was much more powerful by using the Vedic, alignments, because that's exactly where the actual moon really was. Move, buddy.
Now, speaking of a new chapter, for those of you who are going along with us on this practice, we're still on chapter 10. We're going to extend another week for the first few Ajapas, because I for sure didn't make it through all of them. So for those of you who are following along, we're still on chapter 10, the first 5 Ajapas. So yeah. I don't know how many of you are still doing it. If you are, let me know in the chat. All 2 of you.
Yes, of course.
Oh yeah, I know you. I mean, I said like in the people in the chat.
Okay.
I know the people that are in the actual call here are going strong. I'm just not sure how everyone else is doing.
I haven't done anything, but I came in late.
Yeah.
I don't even know. I think we could talk about this when we're talking later on.
Oops.
Question. Do you, Travis, when you're, now see, it looks like you're pretty calm when you're out talking. Whenever I'm talking like this or on the phone, I pace through my house the whole time and I get one hell of a workout.
Yeah, I do the exact same thing.
See, okay, I was like, why do I do this? I can't sit down.
Yeah, anytime I've ever talked to you on the phone, I'm walking around in circles. Really, I mean, this is new for me, sitting down in front of this camera. I can only do it because I can look at myself. But otherwise, I have to be moving. I've got to.
I wonder if we pull in like information better when we're like active or moving around or something. I wonder if that's connected in some way.
I think it helps me focus on the conversation when I move around a lot.
Same.
I can't be still. It distracts me to be still.
Yeah, just like when you're like doodling, when the teacher's talking, you gotta like move something. You can't just stand still. I mean, it's hard for me to stand still unless I'm meditating.
Yeah. That's the only exception.
Yeah.
Gemini shit. What's up, KP?
Yeah.
What up, KP? You good?
Man. Hey, babe.
Yo, it was good.
Pointing into the house.
Yo.
Hey.
Have a good night. These motherfuckers is in. Yeah, so I don't know if y'all about to get off, but I just got off. But I had a question about yesterday. You gave me a little synopsis about a couple of placements I have. I'm the one you was talking about. I had the same thing as you. This is something about like the teacher.
Shravana.
Yeah.
Yep.
How can you tell me anything more about that? I don't know if you can.
Yeah, the Bij mantra.
Yeah.
So the Bij mantra is like a meditative repeating word, or not word, repeating mantra, you know, sequence of words that's honoring Ketu's nakshatra. And your Ketu, remember, is linked to your daemon, is linked to your humility, to keeping your genius and not obsessive psycho. So it activates your genius while keeping you grounded, and it starts to send you towards moksha, which is enlightenment, and it will start pushing you towards your purpose. So every night before bed, you'll say it 108 times. Every morning when you wake up, 108 times. And any other time you want to say it 108 times. But those two, wake and sleep, are right at the precipice where you're still coming in and out of lucidity. It will really start to connect with something. You'll start having intense dreams and synchronicities, messages. It'll just show itself to you if you're paying attention. And you're going to pay attention because you're doing the mantra. It's going to show itself.
Okay.
So then you'll end up getting like creative ideas, and like it'll be influencing you to do things that maybe you've always wanted to do but you never have done.
And that's when you said say Shravana. So you're saying say Shravana? You said say Shravana when I'm having a hard time?
Yeah, when you're having a hard time, just chant Shravana. Just like to yourself, Shravana. Now that's not the Bij, but that's like channeling your purpose. That's like channeling the inner teacher, the inner ear. Instead of the mind's eye, this is the mind's ear. That's what Shravana is. So you got the mind's eye, this is the mind's ear. So it's through the hearing of things that the power comes in. So somebody, it was on Magus, the Magus site. It was David, I think. Mike, he posted something about the nakshatras and the Bij mantras. And I posted Shravana's mantra there for you. So that's there. Because I couldn't remember who it was that needed it. But you know what I could do, Trav, is I actually probably be better if we do it, the thing I'm talking about. Because I think if we were to post a bunch of stuff there on the regular group, people that don't know it or don't relate with it might be confused. So I was thinking about maybe like an alternate, like you were saying, like an alternative group for the astrology or for this.
It's supposed
like
to be a surprise. It's a surprise. Don't tell everybody yet.
Oh, okay. Oops.
We're on live internet.
You tell.
Now everyone's heard the secret.
Oops. Yes, I got it.
We were leading up to it.
There was another one. You said that I had that was similar to yours. You said there was something I probably won't want everybody to know or something like that.
What was it? Say it again. I'm sorry.
You said there was like another placement that I had that was similar to yours. I mean that you had as well. That had something I probably wouldn't want everybody to know.
Oh, that's possible. Was it 12th house?
I don't remember exactly the house, but I think it was the opposite of K2.
Your Rahu?
Yeah.
Which house was your K2 in? Oh wait, your Rahu was your Rahu in Maga?
I just know both of them were the same as yours.
Rahu. I don't know if the Rahu was the same as mine. Hold on, let me see. We'd have to talk on the PM for me to know for sure.
Okay. I was gonna sign into this desk.
Was your moon and Rahu together? Your moon and your Rahu was together? Yeah, you'd have to just show me online because there's a couple things that it's something else I wanted to say, which is trippy. So every person that I read, every single person, and I've read many, in the last couple months, I share some very similar alignments with almost all of them. No, all of them, not almost all of them I have. And even a couple of them. And something that I learned in the mythology, they say that the only people that can read your charts in this life are people that you were linked with in a past life. These are the only you will so like if there's someone that you're looking into and you're trying to reach out to them to read your chart and you don't have a past life connected, you'll never get to them. They'll never reach you or call you back, nothing.
Right.
So the people that do read your charts, they are literally connected from past lives. And even in this life right now, all of us right now, our stars are convened up in the sky right now. That's why we're all connected right now. This was all intended.
So cool.
So you can't call Joe Schmo in California that you don't even have a connection with. You'll never get the chart from him. And even if you had something from his like computer, it will never resonate with you because it's not meant to, it wasn't from a past life and it wasn't a connection.
That's why there's a lot of people who reach out to me for readings and stuff, and something always happens to where I cannot or don't want to connect with them. But then there's other people who I do, and it's like, you know, it works out perfectly.
Yes, you just feel it with some people. It just like, yes, I know I'm supposed to.
It's not a business thing.
Like,
it's not a business thing. It's not like, you know, I'm trying to make some money. Like, there's a spiritual connection that happens between the reader and the readee.
True.
Like, and just doing, I don't know how people do these back-to-back readings. They must be built for it. But I have to take on that person. I have to, like, get into them to properly do it.
Yes.
And
that's why it takes me 3 days to do a reading, to do someone's big chart. I tell them I need 3 days.
Yeah, it's more than just a little, you know, you buy something on the internet and download it. Like, it's a real, I mean, I don't know how other people are doing it. You know, they might just be scribbling some shit on a paper, but when I do it, it's a connection thing. But yeah, like you said, if there's not a previous connection, then there can't be one. That's pretty interesting.
Exactly. Yep. It's so amazing, right? How everything just falls into place. You're like, oh God, it's amazing. Because you get, and everyone that I read, they say, you know, a lot of people say, man, I've just been so attracted to what you talk about and so like pulled by you, or in some kind of way, like, man, I just feel like I know you, or stuff like that. And it's like, you do. We knew each other before. This was supposed to happen. That's why it's so magnetic.
Yo, Kristen, I just sent it to you if you want to look at it real fast.
All right, hon. Let me look.
My name is KP on the Facebook.
Yeah, I see it. I don't know. I don't think. Oh, your sun and Rahu are together, not your moon and Rahu. So, yeah, it must be another nakshatra that we share, but yeah, Aslesha. Your moon is Aslesha, right?
Let me look at it right now.
It is. That's it. Moon and Aslesha. Yep. Nope. That's the one. That's the one about whips and tying and S&M. Betty Page. Remember?
Whips and tying. What the fuck?
Yeah. The people, the Aslesha women, tend to be into bondage or whips and chains.
You don't remember that part?
Tying things up, binding. It's the arousing woman, the Naga. She's the master of the Kundalini.
Oh, yeah, I remember you said that.
Yeah. So this is like a very sexual person, a sexual mind, a skilled sexual person.
Skilled. Emphasis on skilled.
Like, yeah, very skilled. Very, she is the seduction. She is, like I said, Angelina Jolie, Megan Fox, you know, that kind of seduction. Straight up, like, it just pours out of them. Now the moon, it being in the moon, it's like a mindset for them, and it's like a conquering thing. Now for the women, they want a man that's strong, that can like manhandle them during sex. They like that. Yeah. So And if a man's not like that and they're too soft, oh, she'll eat him alive. If she's the man eater, she will swallow him whole, just like in the movie Jennifer's Body. She ate all the men.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
So with me being a male and having that just
so in the male side of things, it's still a very sexual and in tune with their femininity side, someone that's magnetic, who could easily manipulate someone to doing whatever the hell they wanted, who tends to have to break free, like from mom's grip. Like mom might be too overprotective when they're younger. There's like a need to find their own sexual prowess. They need to. There's a lot of restriction and then expansion. Like that's where the holding and the tying comes in, and then the expansion, like out of the box type things. So I mean, it's deeper in other ways. And this kind of person could master meditation like nobody else. This person will have a Kundalini rising easy because they master it. This is the master of that. So it's the Ida and Pingala. I don't think I'm saying their name right, but you know the
Ida and Pingala.
Ida and Pingala, yeah. So it's the left and right that merged into one. It is the inner alchemy, the Kundalini rising. So before this person reaches to some kind of enlightenment, they experiment and go through all sorts of things that are hypersexual or hyper energetic, where some people are like just pulled to them and crushed by them if they're denied them. So it like crushes them. If someone wants your love and you were to say no, it would crush them.
Oh.
Yeah. People could be magnetically drawn to you for all kinds of ways too, because there's a mystery about that kind of person.
Oh, didn't I tell you something about that last time, Charles?
Right.
Wild.
That's what I was gonna say.
That's
the girls
crazy.
at the.
Man, wow.
It's not a game out here.
And you got Venus in your seventh. What'd you say?
Said it's not a game out here.
No. And you got Venus in your seventh, so partners will be very beautiful and sexual.
Do I have Venus
Your
in my
wife, whenever
seventh?
you do get married. It's Taurus. Hold on a minute. Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, and it's in Leo. So she could be a Leo. She could be definitely a Leo. I wonder if your Venus is in Maga. I don't remember.
I'm checking my seventh house right now.
What'd you say?
So I'm checking my seventh house right now.
Yeah. If there's nothing in your seventh, then look to your moon and where your Venus is.
How do I decode the houses?
And you mean how do you
In the
read the
diamond
diamond
chart.
chart? Okay.
Yes,
so,
in the diamond chart.
Yeah, the top diamond that says AS, Ascendant.
Yes.
That is the first house.
Okay.
And then if you move one over to the left, where the triangle's facing, you know, it's got a V triangle, not an A.
Yes.
That is your second house. And then you move down to your third, where the one on the side. And then into the diamond, that's the fourth. Then back out of the diamond on the side on the bottom is the fifth. Then the bottom left facing up is the sixth. The seventh is underneath the ascendant, in the middle, the bottom of the diamond. And then outside the diamond on the right is the eighth. Above that to the right is the ninth. And then the inside of the diamond right there is the 10th. And then you go back out to the side, that's the 11th. And then the one above that right there is your 12th.
Okay. Wow.
Now, if you see numbers in those houses,
Mm-hmm.
that means that's the zodiac sign, because 1 means Aries, 2 means Taurus, 3 is Gemini, 4 is Cancer, 5 is Leo, and so on.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I have a lot to ask you, but not on here. Not because of confidentiality. I don't give a damn. It's
Yeah.
just really about, like, it's Sunday. It's not the place and time right now.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I already kind of went through stuff, because the thing is, when on Thursday I just looked from how will I put it, just from another perspective, just from the top, but I don't know what I was doing earlier during this today, or maybe it was yesterday. I fell into like a total like resume of so many things on the same website, and it was talking about everything basically. So I don't know if you're aware that that website does that. I know definitely you have more. You have
You mean
more.
Indastro? You mean Indastro?
Yes.
Yeah, that's why I take people. That's why I send people that are new to it to that app, so that they can have and go learn on their own and have a beginning to see something. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that, like I said, you're getting it from a computer is never going to be the same as a person, because the thing is you might have. The thing with the computers is it'll say this and such transit. You have this and this means that. And then the next one will be a transit that counteracts and contradicts that one. And people will be like, well, that makes no sense. But the reason why is because the two of them together now lessen the effect of the top one and make a new effect. And that takes a person to tell you that and to explain what the effect will be. The computer never can do that because they're not human. They're not able to do that.
Absolutely. It's just giving you a summary.
A basic. Yes.
Yeah, it's
and it
just
really
giving
helps.
you a summary.
Yeah, Indastro is my favorite, free to help people to start.
Yeah,
So,
just from what I got from them.
Yeah.
Just from what I got from them, like when I went back to check, I was mind blown, because it detailed everything. It detailed like the kind of people I'm attracted to, the kind of person I am, etc., etc., etc. So what it was saying, so okay.
No, go ahead.
No, I'm back on it, but I don't want to start like talking about all that. So it was just basically giving me much more clarity, and even recommended the kind of stones and crystals that I could use.
Yeah.
So it really made things quite interesting. Where I was a bit
Excuse me, red circle. Lucid dreaming music 24 hours. Effective lucid dream mix 2. Theta waves lucid dreaming binaural beats.
Come on.
Oh. Where I'm a bit like I wouldn't say confused is I'm still trying to figure out why, like these dates that I see, like 2045, 2063,
yes,
and even like 2090 something. I was saying to myself, is that okay? I don't know if I sound intelligent with what I'm about to say.
Oh, it's okay.
But is it like when we have this soul that we have, this we are in this body, in this existence, but is it like anytime, even if ever we reincarnate, we still have the same traits?
Ooh.
But maybe in different bodies?
That's a good question, actually. That's a good question.
Right. So, well, what'd you say, Travis?
I said that's a good question.
Yes. Okay. So, here's what it is. So, yeah, the whole idea that if you die, say, early on in your chart, are you going to connect? Are you going to carry out the rest of that chart in the next life? Is that what you're asking?
Or maybe even if you die later on, and we're always being like, we're tired of this bullshit. We don't want to come back here. But let's just like what I'm trying to know is this. You know, when you were reading, I not to be intrusive on anybody's life, but
Yeah.
when you were talking about Michael's chart on Thursday,
Yes.
you were basically letting us know about our past lives and our current
Yes.
lives. And I was just trying to know, maybe it's kind of like, even if I were to die like in 50 years time, if I ever came back, would I have the same, you know, ingredients
No,
that make
you'd
up
be
the
different.
Aha.
See,
Okay.
when you come back, this is what it is. You accumulate knowledge and information and talents each life, and they all come with you to the next. But the new life is now what you're going to master in this one. That's your Rahu. Your K2 is all the stuff you brought from your past, all those skills. That's why people seem to have born with talents. That's because they made them the lives before that. They learned them in past lives. They came in here with artist skill because they were an artist already, or because they were a singer already, or they were this and that. So they pull it here with them. And then the Rahu is that new mastery that will happen for this life that you'll pull to the next one. But your K2 is what you're always going to fall back on when you feel a little overwhelmed. So Rahu is what you're learning in this life. And when you'll be obsessed about it and so into it and love it. But then there'll be times when you're overwhelmed. You're like, God, I need a break. And you'll fall back on what your K2 is, on the things you came into this life already knowing and mastering. So you're gonna, it's every life you pull in new, and you accumulate. It accumulates.
Okay.
Not everyone remembers a past life, but you come in and there's just certain things you know or that you're attracted to, and you don't know why. And that's because you did them already. You've done these things.
Okay.
Yo, Kristen, I want your opinion on this. So I kind of feel like I'm not taking, like at the point where I'm at now, I'm not taking anything for certain. So what I'm saying is, like, I kind of feel like I can do, like, I can change all this shit up. I feel like that's how I feel. I feel like that's possible.
And
like,
you feel that way
like
because that's in your chart.
For real?
Yeah. That's why you feel that way, because it's in your chart to feel that way. And it's in your chart to do that. So the funny thing is whenever we go to either, when people don't believe in their charts or they don't believe in astrology, it's in their chart that they would never believe in that shit. So it's like it's like which is which. It's like it's no beginning and no end. It's just all the same connectiveness. It's crazy.
That's the role they're supposed to play.
Who's pulling the strings? What'd you say?
Yeah, that's that particular role they're supposed to play in this life.
Yep.
That's funny.
Yo, quick question. I just got like a Western one. Like, it was like a Western one. I got a second Western one a couple weeks ago. One thing that interests me, she said I was kind of playing like the stage manager and the actor at the same time. But I didn't understand what she meant by that.
That's Leo right
in your
there.
own life. So the stage actor and the manager. So I'm guessing she's talking about in your own life that you're directing the show and you're playing in the show. All the world's a stage. So you're playing a character. The character is who you are, but you're also the director. So you can decide how you want to play your character. This is the character you're given, who you are. And these are the cards you're given. And they could be played any one number of ways. And that's up to you because you are the director. But you're within this character. You're not Beyonce or Jay-Z. You are this character. So you are within a realm of, limits, kind of course. Depends on how your strong abilities on bending reality and not looking outside the box. But everyone's given a hand. And the hand could be played super well or super bad or in the middle. It's up to you. So but you can't really change the cards. You can only play them certain ways and finesse them. Oh, my card. Sorry. So do you get what I mean? Like if you were to get play cards and you got a full house or you got whatever, you can play it a certain kind of way. You can hide it and lie about it. You can put it out now and call or whatever. You can play it many kinds of ways. A friend of mine who committed suicide actually did this analogy for me before he did it. He said, in life, he was in prison for 7 years and he came out with some prison information, I guess. But he's like, in life, you're given cards and you're dealt these cards and you can't do shit to change these cards. And I said, you might be given those cards, but you can bluff. You can play them a different way. You don't got to play them like you assume you got to play them. That is just limited thinking. There's ways, and then you can raise up out of shit by, bluffing your way. So it's basically just learning how to maneuver things. And it's all frequency based, which is based on how you are feeling about it, how you emotionally react to things. So two people could be living similar lives and one hates it and one loves it. It's all based on your emotional. You are the actor and you are the character playing the character of you.
Thank you. Do you see anything else from that little chart that you could tell me about? That I probably should look.
See, the chart itself, I need to sit down and look at your whole chart and your nakshatra, break it all down to get more details. Because the thing of just looking at a natal chart like that, that's what I know a lot of tropical people can do, but that's because they only look at the natal, they don't look deeper. So I could see something in there, but that might not happen for 50 years, or it might have already happened, or it might happen in a different way. It depends on your dasha and the nakshatra. So it would have to be a,
So I could use all that information inside the industrial and look them up myself.
Yep, you could definitely do that. You wanna who is it? What is it? What is it? Okay. Yeah. Sorry about that. But yeah, start off by looking up your nakshatras, looking up the information on Indastro, so you have a little bit more of an understanding of what that all means. And then it gets deeper though, because then you have your lords interacting with the other lords and nakshatras mixed with other nakshatras and what things. And then you got your transits. Your transits are your daily transits. Those are important because that's what's going on from the day to day. Lord. So you got that too, which Indastro does not do. They have they only do 3 days. So at a time, they don't have a whole list that'll tell you months and years in advance, like some of the tropical sites do. So that's why I use a lot of tropical sites for my transits, because I can't find a good Vedic one that even does that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Good. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
So if I want to find the transits, just go to the Western ones.
If you want to find your transits, yeah, if you want to look them up, yeah, go to the Western ones. But you can also see, I do transits in Vedic and tropical on my page, so people can see what's going on. So you'll have, yeah. Without me saying anything, I don't want to. Never mind. I don't want to say anything and give anything away, but there'll be possibilities for you to see stuff like that soon, probably.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
So this is kind of weird because I was asking about astrology and all that for months since I've been in here. The weird thing is that whoever believes it or not, that's why I'm just so. That's why I believe so hard that I can switch it up. I've just been playing around doing rituals. I said, all right, you know what, I'm gonna do a ritual to have an astrology join the group, and here you are. So
Did you?
swear.
Wow.
So I'm like, all right, whatever.
And
He's
you
getting
pulled
too
on me.
powerful.
That's cool. I love when that happens.
He's getting too powerful.
Man, see, I love that when universe pulls on me for something.
So it's weird. It's like, that's why I'm just like, oh shit.
I pulled on you too, you know.
That is
I
cool.
can't. And it's
Who, me? No. Here, take it. Take that phone. Oh,
I wanted to find
Sorry,
a
my
Gemini.
son's phone went off. It sounded like.
I wanted to find a Gemini female who was also into the occult and into some shit that I didn't know about, and that worked out as well.
Oh God, that's crazy. Isn't that? Now think about that. So that just tells you. So you got you feeling that and him feeling that, both in the group, and me looking for what I was looking for, and then we lived our lives the way we lived it up until this point, just the right moment, so we would all come together like this and feel the way that we did, and it's in our charts.
Resonance.
It's in the charts, and that blows my mind. But it's also just preordained.
It's weird. It's weird as fuck. It's like, it makes me think all the little play around rituals I was doing, psychic influence, to see if they actually work, and they worked. It's like, oh shit, I was meant to do that shit.
Yeah.
When it's like, I was meant to play around. I was meant to meet this person. I was meant to get into an argument with this person. It's like, what the fuck?
True. It's the funniest things, the littlest things that seem that are frivolous, but they lead to big things that turn out to be life-changing.
Right. See, how do you know when that ripple started? How do you know when that ritual started? And how do you know when it ended? Just because you became aware of when it started, or when you became aware of when you got what you wanted, that's not when it started or ended.
Yeah.
Just because you do a ritual with a demon or an angel, that's not when it started. It started before you even heard of that thing. So when people are always like, Trev, what demon should I start with? It's like, dude, you're looking at this a little bit wrong. The fact that you're even in this group means that you already started.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
Hey, Trev.
It starts in your mind, the thinking, you know what I mean? Your feeling, even before that, you know, it's just insane. And we know it's before that because of the charts. It's just crazy.
What's up, Firewater? How you doing?
Hey, what's going on? Long time no hear from. But I've been in the background listening to everything.
How are
I
you?
have a question. Hey, Krista. What is it, Krista or Kristen?
Kristen. I'm sorry.
Kristen.
Yeah.
How you doing? I have a question. I heard you mention something about an Aquarius moon. Like, I'm trying to plug in my chart. Like, I studied the tropical my tropical chart, and I heard you mention something about an Aquarius moon, and I have like 3 planets, powerful planets in Pluto, the eighth house, and I know we're in Scorpio season now. So
yes, ma'am.
Yeah, it's the energy is crazy. Like, I'm
transformative, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, what were you saying about the Aquarius?
So, that's when you have Rahu and Moon conjunct in Aquarius or Scorpio, and especially in the 8th house. This can bring a dark mind, or somebody like a Charles Manson, an Adolf Hitler, a David Berkowitz. See, but Hitler was different. It wasn't like them. And his chart shows it was something. I don't even get into that one really, but his was a little different. But it's kind of debilitated, where it can bring a lot of dark things. But you just have your moon is in Aquarius. Do you have Rahu by your moon? Do you know? That's the North Node.
My North Node is in Scorpio.
Is in the moon? I mean, with the moon?
I have to check how it's conjuncted. I have to check, but that's why I guess I separated my clip from my gun.
There you go.
I'm laughing, but I'm dead ass. Like,
no, I agree.
I'm serious.
And
but
something like that. So let's say it is something debilitated. I know, I saw, honey. I know, I saw that. So if it's debilitated, okay, and you're like, I don't want this playing out in my life. I don't want something like a situation like that. These people are magnetic and powerful, and they can lead people. Obviously, we know that, but they can. This is where Rahu can debilitate their chart and make them believe their own hype, and they can become obsessive or super aggressive. Now, a way to channel that so where it doesn't play out into your life is through writing, through artwork, through paint, through artistic means. So it's plays its mythology out in a character rather than you, because even though we say this is real life, you're just a character.
Thanks.
So whether it's your fantasy or not, it's still playing out and you're good. So then it doesn't affect your life the way it would if you were to not play it out and release it in your artwork, because these compulsions can become an obsession, and it's like you are forced, almost you feel like you're forced to do it. You have to do it. You don't know where it's coming from and it's driving you nuts, but it's the astrology. So you say Pluto, Moon, and North Node are all in Scorpio. In Scorpio. You said your moon was in Aquarius, right?
Yeah, my moon is in Aquarius. You know what? It's in the 5th. It's in Leo. It's in the 5th.
Oh, okay, nice. Okay, well, that's good. And the 5th house is good because that's like entertainment and fun,
And my
fame.
Venus is in 5th too.
Oh, that is really good. That's a sign of opulence, of bringing in money, of being able to like.
Yeah, I'm working on like 3. That's why I haven't been on Trav. Like I've been listening to you guys in the background, and like I said, it's been loud, so I didn't want to be rude and have a loud background or whatever. But yeah, I mean, yeah.
Okay.
No, that's great.
But what about Chiron being in Scorpio?
Uh-oh. Not Chiron.
So,
With Aries, that's Mars. Mars on Mars.
yes, so that right there, those are the sharp tools, those are knives, those are guns, those are needles, those are weapons, those are cooking with knives, Mars energy. So aggression, or a fighter, someone who has can snap quick or get like annoyed quick and like yell, something like that. So that, yeah. And which house is it in? You said the 8th?
Yeah.
Yeah, the 8th house. It also brings interest in the occult. It could even bring someone who would be into surgery or surgeons, or into watching something like that, or butchery, like cutting of animals, or
mortuary.
Mortuary, yes, all of that. So very into how the innards work.
Yeah.
Innards.
Also, the subconscious in this person is strong, and this is a dreamer, someone who can dream some magnetic dreams, some interesting dreams, someone that you can even suffer nightmares.
All that with the sun in Pisces.
Oh yeah.
I think that was our first meeting, wasn't it?
Yeah, because Neptune. What is that?
That was our first meeting, wasn't it? About a nightmare.
Yeah, Trav, that was that's Trav, and thanks again. Like you really, I guess I magnetized you.
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
Or did I magnetize you?
Yeah.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I
say give thanks to you both. I appreciate this. And I friended you, Christian, on Facebook. I'm Ada Doll on Facebook.
Okay.
If you see it.
Okay.
Like I have the Snapchat mask.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
Damn, that was quick.
One quick question before I did. My phone about to die, so I gotta go.
Yeah.
So with all these things, and we see everything is lining up, should I just go with how I'm feeling that I want to do, and just go? Because if I'm already gonna do it, what's the point of me looking at my chart and planning? You see what I'm saying?
What's the alternative, Cape? What's the alternative?
There's no alternative. It's all lining up already.
There is nothing but to be. We got this illusion that we've got to be so productive and we got to do this, that, and the third, but all that is that's the illusion. There's nothing to do, nothing to be.
True.
It's hard to accept. It's hard to accept even when we know it. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I still every day I'm like, okay, I got to do this. I got to accomplish this. I got to be productive. But no,
Yeah.
who I am isn't based on what I produce. I am that I am, regardless if I do or don't. So,
Yes. Man, that's the truth.
Damn, because, and that goes for like other family members that don't know this as well, right? Because it's like, I got some family members I would love to help because I know they're down and all that, but
Yeah.
they're supposed to be like that in the moment. Would you say?
right. Just like how you were, or before you got into this. You know what I'm saying? Like, you vibrationally get to a point where it's time, and that time when you do get vibrationally to the point, it's written in the stars, for lack of a better word.
Yes.
But when it happens, it happens. You can't force it. You can sit them down and make them watch all the Panic's videos, all my videos, and they still won't get it.
Oh, it's 552. Oh shit! Damn.
555. Somebody put that in the chat.
Yeah, if you're right now, you're hearing all the things you're hearing because you're meant to hear it. And so yeah, you can look at your chart and navigate it. You don't have to. If you're driving to a place that you've never been and you're offered a map, are you going to deny it? You're going to say, no, I don't need it. I'll figure it out. Right.
I don't need to read. It's within me. I am the magic. I don't need to read no books.
Indeed.
So if you want to start a business, you don't need to study business. You just going to go out there and just do it because it's in you.
Exactly.
Check it.
There's a balance there.
Right. I don't need to study basketball. I'm just naturally talented. Okay, let's see how far you get without study. But yeah, like she said, it's a balance. It's a balance.
Say no more. Bet. Yo, my phone about to die, but I appreciate y'all for this. See you next week or Thursday or something.
Take care, hon.
You too. Have a good one, yo.
Always good to see you, bro.
Always good, man. Good night.
Kippy.
Later.
I am the ape man. I am the ape man. I am the walrus.
Oh, I got her already. Shirley Ward. Do we know? Oh yeah, Shirley. That's right.
Oh, Trev.
Yes. Oh yeah, I gotta be serious. Yes.
Hello?
I think you're muted.
Oh, my bad. I said, since you already left the astrology part, like, can I still order a chart from you, Krista? Or yes, no, maybe so?
Yeah, you can come to me, PM me, and we can do. Yeah, I can do your chart. Absolutely, Ma.
All right, that's what's up.
You find me in. You send a friend request in Facebook, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I just approved it. So yeah,
okay.
You can PM me, and then I'm presently finishing a chart right now, so I have 2 more days on that chart, and then I can take another person, and I got a couple people. So just know that it takes me 3 days to do a chart because I like to give it my full attention, write it out, and I still write things out by hand. So
right,
I don't have my own thing yet. Eventually, hopefully, that would be nice for me to be able to have my own little website and everything. But at the moment, I'm just doing everything by hand. So it's about 3 days. But for that 3 days, you'll see me uploading the information to your page, to your messenger. And then we talk about it.
Okay, cool.
You know, to be truthful, I was so nervous about doing this. Like, going far outside of my normal circle of people, because talking to your friends is so easy to do. You don't feel like you have to, I don't know, you just don't feel like you have to prove anything. And not that I'm trying to prove anything. I just don't want people to be like, oh, I don't resonate with that.
Yeah.
And then just, it just makes me nervous sometimes. But it's turned out to not be the big bad scariness that I thought it would be.
The awesome thing about the group of people who you know, interact with my channel and stuff, I'm always surprised. Not because I expect to attract anything less than what I am, but everyone here seems to be very balanced in comparison to the rest of the world. You know, people are accepting, open-minded, willing to learn, you know what I'm saying? Willing to do the work on their own. This is a whole different breed of people than these other magical groups and spiritual groups and all that shit.
It's 6 o'clock.
Thanks, Maxine. There's no judgment. There's no, like, you know, you got to do it this way. None of that shit. Like, everyone that is in this rotation, you know, in the chat and the Facebook group, well, I don't know about everybody in the Facebook group, but most of the people in the Facebook group, they're really cool as fuck. So you're in the right place.
Yeah, all you guys have been amazing. And it feels like I'm talking to friends. And that's the thing with me when I do business with people, even with my soap business, every customer turns into a real good friend. I can't help it. I just have to befriend people. I can't help it. I have to get to know the people I'm working with because it just doesn't feel personal if I don't.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's been nice.
Yeah. Everybody here is cool as hell. Like, extremely rarely do I meet a jackass. I'm talking about once every couple of months, like 6 months, you know.
That's awesome. I think most people are, because they see you from YouTube and then come here, they know better because they would be stupid. They're like, this dude would kill me in a debate. This dude is smart. This dude would just, no, I'm not even going to try it. Or they probably watch you to try to like say, what is this about? And they're like, damn, they start getting stuff out of it.
Yeah, I've seen that too. Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah,
there's actually quite a few who came as enemies and are now friends. I think that's pretty cool.
Isn't that funny how that happens? Oh, man, that is funny. That used to happen a lot to me in school.
Yeah, and the 48 Laws of Power and the Kabbalion, not the Kabbalion, but some other ancient books said that those are actually the best kind of friends, those who started with a dislike for you and have been converted to an ally. Those are usually the best kinds of friends.
Yeah, that makes sense too, because they really see why they like you. They've been, there's like, they understand you, and that's why they've become to like you, because at first they just had a disdain for you. So there's people that are like just open to you right away, and it feels nice and everything. But yeah, I think I get what you're meaning, what that means, because it's a whole different thing when like you first start off and you guys didn't like each other, and then sometimes those become the best of friends.
Yeah. But even still, this is way bigger than I knew it would become, and it's growing into something that I have no idea consciously. But what I'm learning is it doesn't matter what the conscious mind knows and understands. The conscious mind is just enjoying the moment. Spirit and subconscious and all that stuff, it's already all together and planned out. I'm just enjoying it.
Sorry.
Woo, woo, woo. Bert and Ernie too? Even Bert and Ernie. Yeah, I don't believe in enemies. Because they hang around me long enough.
Sorry about my loud ass dog.
Yeah, well. My ascendant is a Capricorn. I guess that kind of makes sense.
That's a good. Capricorns are hard workers. They're smart workers. They are successful in doing whatever they put their mind to. I had a Capricorn friend who, with the simplest of ease, would just come into anything that worked. Whatever he decided to do, he'd do it, and it would be done. Like he'd go, I'm gonna go buy a house on the lake, and he's like, it's gonna take me about a month or two to save up the money. And then he would do it, and then he would go do it and get the house, and it just blew my mind. But he suffered with drug addiction really bad, so he would go up and down and have moments of amazing success and then very low lows. And then after his brother committed suicide, it wasn't but 2 years later when he himself overdosed. So sad situation. But the Capricorn part of him brought out such a successful, driven person that it just would blow my mind. But that Rahu in his chart, man, that brought him down.
Rahu, another Rahu. You seem to be surrounded by Rahus. Do you think that maybe there's something with that? Like we kind of attract our similar...
Yes, definitely. Especially because with Rahu, it's like a class of people. The way they kind of... Rahu is an overachiever in both good and bad. So...
overachiever in bad. That's funny.
What'd you say?
An overachiever in bad. That's funny.
Yeah, in both good and bad. It's like extremely intelligent, like skilled and talented way early on, but had a kid at 14 and had sex way early. Was, just went right away and did heroin. That's the first drug they did. Shit like that. Like overachievers in good and bad. Like they just jump the gun because they're extreme. They are like the explosion.
Yeah.
Where Jupiter is expansion.
Yeah.
Jupiter is like, Rahu is an atomic bomb. Boom. Like, that's why it'll seem like sudden fame just explodes. And everybody loves a Rahu person. They like love them. And then the thing is something, if they get too up on their hype, man, people will see that and start thinking they're crazy and obsessive, and then it'll turn into infamy. So
is that
people that have a good Rahu is like Meryl Streep and Tom Cruise, but even Tom Cruise has got that weird shit with his Scientology and infamy, fame. It rides the fence there.
Yeah. Okay, so you said Kanye and Trump as well, or no?
Kanye and Trump are MAGA nakshatras. They are MAGA. And let me think. K2. Oh yeah, Rahu has his Rahu in the 10th, like me, and Kate, which is Rahu's influencing his career. Oh, it does influence his son. Yep, no, his son. So yeah, he's also a Rahu dominant because of his son. But he also is he's very much Leo. The sun is strong in his chart, and you could see that just by the way he looks. But he's also Rahu, and that's why there's the love and hate him part of him. And then also you've got Kanye, who does have, he's Gemini, and I think it is an Ardra aspect in his chart, which is also Rahu.
I can't imagine somebody hating me. Jeez.
Well, then see, it depends on the person, and the other alignment. So people might not hate you because your K2 is really balanced. Even though you might just be getting into your K2 here. You resonate K2. I felt it from you. That's why I was like, I got to read his chart, man, because it's screaming to me that K2 is like coming off of you, which is that humility, that control of ego, that maintaining your frame. That's a very key K2 thing to say. And it's no coincidence that the K2, the Bij mantra is that, like, the whole thing. I was pulled to ask you about your chart because like as we already said, we already know it's written in the stars. But K2 is that smoky planet, just like Rahu, but K2 is more of the darker aspect of the smoky. What I mean is in tone and color, and Rahu tends to be like lighter, where you get lighter eyes and lighter hair. And K2 is big, expansive, dark eyes and darker hair, and even a darker tone of skin. So you just resonated with, and then you're deep. grovelly voice. That's K2. My son has K2 in his either first or second, which is going to give him a deep voice, it says. And my older son, he also has a deep voice, but he's got the sun there, which gives him the deep voice. So son can give a deep voice too, but K2 definitely. It's that smoky, sultry voice.
Wow. That's really cool.
Yeah, it is. And most people are, a lot of people that are in the astrology, they're like Rahu and Ketu, they're bad. I've become obsessed with them in a real good way. I when you look into these planets that are malefic, and see, that's me. I look at the things that people say are bad or dark or evil, and I love them. So they don't become evil anymore, for me at least. And that's what you got to do when Mercury retrograde hits. No, there's no fear. I was born during Mercury retrograde. Mercury retrogrades are always great for me. So I love Mercury retrograde, you know, and then things turn out differently. It's all, you know, it doesn't have to be so evil or wicked. It can be a good thing.
Yeah.
An interesting thing. And I just find Rahu and Ketu to be mostly giving blessings where I have seen them in my life. My Ketu period, like I said, my mom came into all sorts of freaking money. I did lose the relationship with my son's father then, which almost destroyed me mentally. And my brother died. Two of the things that I believed were mine. And that's what, as a kid, you don't know any better. You know, this is mine. This is mine.
Yeah.
And K2 likes to tell you, no, nothing is yours. And if you think it is, I will take it. But the things you don't care about, here, you can have lots of that.
Yeah, yeah. So the trick is to not care about anything, right?
Yeah, detach. You know, you watched the Airbender, the Avatar, the Airbender?
No.
Oh, okay. I'm going to send you a clip. There's a clip about activating the chakras into the Avatar state. And the very last one is letting go of the attachments of the people you love in this life before you can reach Avatar state.
Yeah.
And this is mastering your K2. It doesn't mean you don't love them. It doesn't mean all of those things. But it separates the fear and just knowing that there's no ending. This is what it is now. You're playing out parts and you'll be back again. And there's no fear. And when you let go of that, things are real good. Things work out. Yeah. You know, when you want something real bad, you block it because you're only bringing in the wanting, more of the wanting. You've got to, when you don't care about shit or you forget about what you were thinking about, then it pops back up again real easy. Because there's no more tug of war. Usually it's our emotional block saying, I want this. And the universe doesn't hear you say, I want it. It just feels the emotion of you not having. So it says, okay, we'll give you more of not having.
That seems to be one of the hardest things for people, is to detach from that attachment of identity to a family and loved ones and this devotion to other people. You know, and it's kind of complex if you just hear it. Like, it's not saying, you know, throw people away and run away and don't care. It's saying that these people are triggers for you. You don't think rationally when it comes to these loved ones. You don't think rationally. You think emotionally, and that's not accurate. That's the illusion. Anything that makes you think emotionally instead of processing it, you know, as it is, not how you feel, but as it is, that's the illusion. It doesn't matter if it's family or political party or any of that. It is what it is.
Yeah. Fake.
You know?
Yeah, that's the truth. It's very much the truth. And it's when it comes to your children, that's the hardest one.
Yeah.
For me at least. I can tell myself and program myself about everybody else, and I've come to terms with being able to I prepare myself for people's departure, which is probably not good, but that's a learned behavior from so many people in my life dying. Like, and that's because I've got so much in the 8th house. So death happens, you know, it has happened a lot in my life. So I just have these preparations in my head, which I hate having that, but I was able to like detach and pull myself away from playing out that fear all the time and just living in the moment and just saying, you know, the astrology has helped and the occult have helped because it's the thought of the reason why people are in fear all the time is because they think that, well, this is it. This is all I got. And when I die, I don't know what happens. Do I just die and I cease to exist? Do I this and that?
Am I going to hell?
Things like,
am I make it to heaven?
Yeah, what is it? What's going to happen?
Am I going to see my grandpa?
For me, like quantum physics, where we know energy never dies and it's never created, it just transmutes into something new. I mean, I always look to nature. Nature gives me all the answers that I have questions about, and it just, in my mind, it's just okay. Well, we change to another. We just change. We don't die. There is no die. That's an illusion. But it still doesn't mean you want people to pass away or be separated from you in this life. So it could be a hard thing, and there could still be fear around losing loved ones. But too much of that causes loss. When you have all those fears, fear can manifest really easily. So there's this detachment place where you're at peace, where it's like, I'm living this life, I'm living good, my family, they're fantastic, and I'm happy for them, and they're living their life, and they're separate. Well, they're not really separate, but they're living their separate life, and I can't control their life, and that's okay, and I accept it, and just accept people for who they are, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And where they're at. That's the first step for me. I don't know if there's ever a place where you can just be numb to someone that you love die, where you won't be all fucked up about it. I don't know.
And not even to be numb, just to kind of understand. Like, you know, if something happened to someone that I loved, it would hurt. But to also understand what process is going on inside the mind. That's an emotional disturbance. And to understand even more so, like you were saying about death and how it's not this end of the story. It's a necessary process that everyone is going to come to. Everyone.
Yeah.
We don't know when, but it may happen tomorrow. Yeah. And if it happens, it was supposed to. There's nothing to get sad about, really. If anything, they've escaped from this part of the problem. But I get you.
They're on to the next phase. Yeah, for me, like when people have passed recently, since I've been more aware of things, like it still makes me sad. You know, it still hurt, but I was able to process it easier, better, because I'm like, okay, well, they're just just like you said, they're in the next process. This is what happened. This was in their chart. So now they'll come back and have to learn these lessons this next time, and stuff like that. And it just, I'm able to not be so, like when I was a kid and people were dying, like my brother and stuff, I was just like devastated. I didn't understand. And it just seemed like everyone dies so early in my life. I just was like, well, this is the worst, you know, this is terrible. And so I was so fearful, and I would always think of, how am I going to react if my mother dies, and what am I going to do, and stuff like that. But I came to a point, my mom got sick a couple years ago, and I just was in a state of, it's in her chart too. She's going to have something happen at 42 as well, but it was in her chart when I was 29 for her to have a near-death experience, and she did. And I kind of was, I don't know, then it was confusing to me, but later on now, I just am at peace with, this is her path, this is what's supposed to happen, this is what things go on in her life, and something's supposed to also come up when I'm 42 with her. So there's nothing, you know, it's in there, it's written in there for the way it is, for the reason it is. So I mean, I could just panic about it and fear about it and freak out about it, or I can just let her know about it and say, just take care of yourself and prepare, because around 42, you're going to have some kind of health issue. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's it's a cartoon, the Avatar: The Last Airbender. Mm-hmm. It's like the best freaking cartoon ever. It's very adult and Eastern philosophy. and very accurate stuff in there. And the Avatar one, where he goes to see the guru, this is the one I'm talking about, where he teaches them how to detach. The attachments have to be severed before you can get into the Avatar state. And that's the state that's the last one he had a problem with, was letting go of his loved ones. And he was resentful about that because they said you can't get Avatar state until that. So it just makes sense. I mean, it's like this cartoon was like revolutionary. I feel like any kids that watched it got some serious knowledge kicked to them.
Yeah, I saw one clip when it was talking about how the chakras work. That was pretty impressive, but I haven't seen enough of it to know the characters or the storyline or any of that.
Yeah, it's, oh my gosh, the artwork I love in it too. It reminded me of like She-Ra and He-Man, the better artwork, not some of the stuff I don't know, some of the artwork or cartoons I see today are just like, ugh, the drawings, I mean, but I love the artwork in it, and then just the aesthetic, and then the philosophy. It just, that's a really good cartoon. I guess I'm a big kid. I do love cartoons still. That's a Rohini thing.
Rohini. Oh, yeah, wait. Yeah. I keep getting Rohini and Rahu confused. I think I'm...
Oh, yeah, you're Rohini moon. But you still have Rahu, is either conjunct your moon or sun. You have your... Ketu is in your 10th house and Rahu in your 4th. Is that right? Or is it the other way around?
I'll need to check my chart.
Yeah.
I might as well just write it down or something.
I think you and I... Yeah, I think you and I have the same, because I have Rahu in the 10th, Ketu in the 4th, and I think you either have the same or you have the exact opposite.
Even after this whole dimensional shift?
Mm-hmm.
You know, when your chart changed?
Yeah. Well, those are my transit charts that changed. And I was like losing my mind. I'm like, what the hell? So, you know what I wanted to do this experiment. So what I wanted to try and do, because I was asking myself, okay, I read these transits every day. Am I programming my mind to believe this? And so these things are happening. And then there's times that I won't read the challenging aspects at all, because I don't want to program that into my head. I don't want to hear what that has to say.
Yeah.
So I don't pay attention. And then there's nothing negative ever even happens. So I was thinking maybe I would... purposely read a different chart, my birthday alignments, but on the wrong month or something, and one that was like really good, and read it and see how much it aligned, and see if I start manifesting these things, and see if it's me manifesting it, or if it's the influence of up there. Like, I just want to test it out and see what would happen.
Yeah.
Because, you know, people say, well, what yours says resonates with me too. And I'm like, yeah, I can understand that, because it's a vague blanket statement.
Right.
But I want to see how much I can control. Oh, thank you, honey. How much I can control that by just, by just reading it every day, and it's being a different chart, and see if I can manifest the things into my life. I mean, I think that it's possible for sure.
Interesting. I have a ghost account. Maybe it's not a ghost account, but it's an account that I have that's not related to what I'm doing now, but it's astrology. I told you about it already. And somehow I started doing readings. Like, people are asking if I do readings. Like I said, this has nothing related to Travis Magus. You wouldn't be able to tell. But people are still coming asking for readings, so I'm just like, all right, what? Let me just try to see if my whole internet influence isn't making people believe what I'm saying more. And I'm just doing general 3-card readings for people, and it's still spot on. It's still like, people are saying, wow, I didn't even mention that part, and it's like, nice, very nice.
Isn't that amazing? Yeah, that is so cool.
Yeah, like these people, I don't even have a picture of me up. It's just like Gemini shit.
Wow. Yeah. That's funny.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
So again, I do wonder also, is there some kind of influence with what is actually said to the person? What I know though is that people who ask for readings generally already know the answer. So sometimes what I choose to do is act as a mirror. And I try to use these
Yeah.
symbols and make them not necessarily as general as possible, but as symbolic as possible. So the person receiving the message is going to make what's really there out of the message, out of the symbol.
Yes. Yes.
But yeah, I don't know.
It's open for their interpretation because they know best because it's them.
Right. I'm not going to tell you.
And that's the thing is, yep. Yeah, people will say, someone said something about people asking for people's date of birth and time of birth when they're doing their readings or their psychic readings. I'm like, because they're an astrologer, they're getting your astrology alignments. They're not really reading you know what I mean? They're reading the astrology and then
it's not this type of shit right here. Ooh, you were born on October 20. No, it's like, come on, we live in the real world.
Yeah.
I got to go off of something.
Right. And then, exactly, and people are like, well, why do I have to tell you my name in this? You should know this. I'm like, that's not how it works, buddy. Do you want to know the details about you? Because this is, the more you participate, the more you're going to get out of this.
Right. But, again, that's everybody's got their interpretation. Sometimes it's less accurate than others, or should I say less effective?
Exactly.
In his world, in his chart, that may be accurate to keep him away from certain things he's not ready for.
Exactly.
But I'm pretty sure he was just joking. I know that post.
All right. Trav, my dinner just came. I'm going to eat it really quick, and then when you're all done, message me so we could talk about that thing. Is that cool?
What are you eating? Wait. You said... Yeah, okay, never mind. Enjoy.
All right, hon.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Peace. Apollo Soul says, I've been looking at Vedic astrology and I'd recommend Astro Sage. My report is accurate as fuck. I'm going to check that one out. All right, guys. So, like I said, we're still on chapter 10, the Ajapa Dharanas, the first couple, the frontal passage, the spinal passage, and then the mix of the two. If you haven't made it that far, it's perfectly fine. Focus on the Chakra Shuddhi. That one might take a little bit of time and effort, but it is certainly worth it because you've probably never cleansed your chakras. The Chakra Shuddhi is the best way that I've seen. So yeah, if nothing else, make sure you're doing chapter 9. But yeah, we will reconvene in a week from now.
Cool. Trevor, let me ask you this. On chapter 9, 1 second. In chapter 9, do they make you say the vowel sounds? I'm just curious.
The seed mantras?
Yeah, to clean the chakras. Do you have to say the vowel sounds?
Actually, you just you're actually doing the Om mantra for this first go round.
No, because an Aboriginal American, someone told me to do the vowel sounds.
Yeah.
That was pretty good too.
Yeah, the seed mantras, the Biji mantras they call them, Lam, Ram, Yam, Dam, and all that good stuff.
Yeah.
If you watch the chakra cleansing meditation that I have on my channel, I've actually been doing the Chakra Shuddhi in conjunction with that video, and it goes through those seed mantras, which you can do. You can absolutely do. But just to follow along with the book, it says it recommends doing a certain chakra breathing, and then you follow with a round of 21 ohms within each chakra.
Okay.
Yeah. I can dig it.
Cool. All right, Trev, I'm out of here. Peace. Have a good week. I'll see you. If I don't chime in, I'm definitely always in the background on my scorpionic hiding, sneaky. It's like, no, I'm just joking.
Yeah,
I'm always listening in the background.
Let me know if you have an issue getting in. I think I saw what it was. For some reason, Zoom, when it updated, it makes
email.
it. Yeah, that's another thing. But the Zoom updated it to where I have to like accept people in. I guess it's cool, but sometimes if I'm not paying attention to that, then people are left in the waiting room, and it's like, oh shit. And also, when I send the email, it like converts it to this weird link that you sent me. I didn't know that it did that, but.
Right. Yeah.
Let me know if you have an issue, please. That goes for everybody. If you have an issue, let me know,
right.
because, you know, I'm not that kind of psychic.
All right, Travis, I'm also gonna leave. I'll see you guys on Thursday.
Yes. All right, bro.
Bye-bye.
Have a great evening.
Peace.
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 You too.
What a good day. Feels good. I think I'm going to waste my time and play some Apex. But I'm going to study today, for sure. Maybe after. But yeah, this is good. This is good. Look forward to the audio version of chapters... What was it? 8, 9, and 10 to come this week. Because now that Mars has gone direct, I have an excuse to be super productive. So, please, enjoy your Sunday. This has been a great episode. I'm so happy to have this collection of awesome people that are meeting each other and trading info and doing great things. It's awesome. And it gets better. It gets so much better. Yeah. So, yeah. I'm going to go because I'm getting way too excited. Keep reading, keep practicing. You know what time it is. This is TK Trav, a.k.a. Travis Magus, here with LVX777. I love you guys. For real, for real. Peace.